My name is Daniel. I work night shifts at Blackwood Hospital, and let me tell you, this place is weird. Lights flicker for no reason, call buttons go off in empty rooms, and sometimes, you hear footsteps when no one's there. But what happened? Last night, that was different. It was around 3 a.m. when I was making my rounds. As I passed room 409, I saw a nurse standing inside. She was adjusting an IV drip, her back turned to me. Nothing strange about that, except for one thing. Room 409 was empty, no patients, no charts, nothing. I hesitated, then knocked on the door. Everything okay in here? The nurse froze. For a long moment, she didn't move. Then, slowly, she turned to face me. My stomach dropped, her eyes completely black, no whites, no pupils, just an endless, empty void. I stumbled backward. My hand went to my radio, but before I could call for help, the hallway lights flickered and she was gone. The room was empty, but the IV drip, still swinging as if someone had just let go. I didn't sleep that morning. Instead, I checked the hospital's records. And there she was. Nurse Evelyn Carter. Died 30 years ago. In room 409. She had made a fatal mistake, gave the wrong dosage to a patient. When she realized what she had done, she locked herself inside the room and took her own life. Some say she's still there, trying to fix her mistake. I don't know what I saw last night, but I do know one thing. I'm never going near room 409 again. My name is Ethan. I've been working night shifts as a nurse at St. Vincent's Hospital for almost a year now. I've heard all the ghost stories, the wandering patient in the East Wing, the crying child in pediatrics, the flickering lights in the morgue. I never believed any of them until last night. It started at 2:30 a.m. I was walking past the old surgical ward when I saw a light on in operating room 6. That was strange. OR 6 hadn't been used in years. The hospital had built a new surgical wing, and the old operating rooms had been abandoned. Curious, I pushed the door open. A man stood inside, wearing an old-fashioned surgical gown and cap. His back was to me, his hands moving as if he were performing a procedure. The overhead surgical light cast long shadows on the walls. Dr. Dye called out. He didn't turn, he just kept working, muttering under his breath. I took a hesitant step forward. That's when I saw the patient, or rather the absence of one. There was no body on the operating table, no instruments, no monitors, just an old, rusted table covered in stains. Yet the doctor kept moving, his hands cutting, suturing, performing a surgery on nothing. A chill ran down my spine. Doctor, I tried again, my voice shaking. This time, he stopped. Slowly, he turned to face me, and my breath caught in my throat. His mask was soaked in blood. It dripped down his chin, staining his gown. His eyes hollow, sunken, yet somehow alive, locked onto mine. You're not supposed to be here, he whispered. The lights flickered. The air grew heavy, suffocating. The surgical instruments on the nearby tray shifted as if something invisible had brushed against them. I backed away, my pulse hammering in my ears. Then, the doctor moved. Not like a man, like something glitching, his body twitching closer in unnatural jerks. You're next, he rasped. The lights went out. I felt something cold brush against my arm, and then Nye was outside the room. The door was closed. The light inside gone. I stumbled backward, gasping for air. When I finally gathered enough courage to check inside, the room was empty. Don't know, doctor. No instruments. No blood. Just dust-covered floors and an abandoned operating table. I ran straight to the records office, and there he was. Dr. Jonathan Hayes, a surgeon who had worked in OR 6. He had died 40 years ago, in the middle of surgery, from a heart attack. The patient didn't survive either, but some say he never stopped operating. My name is Ryan. I work as a night shift technician at St. Augustine Hospital. It's not the most glamorous job, but I don't mind the quiet. Or at least, I didn't till last night, at around 3 a.m. I was finishing up some paperwork when the morgue intercom crackled to life. "Ryan, come down here." My stomach twisted. No one was supposed to be in the morgue. I grabbed my keys and took the elevator down to the basement. The air grew colder as the doors slid open, a damp, antiseptic smell filling my nose. The morgue was dark, silent, except one of the storage drawers was open. A body lay on the steel table, covered by a white sheet. I checked the clipboard on the wall. The body had been logged hours ago. Cause of death, accidental drowning. No autopsy scheduled until morning, so why was it out? A shiver ran down my spine. I reached for the sheet, hesitating. Then, slowly, I pulled it back, and my breath caught in my throat. The body, it was me. Pale, lifeless. A tag around my toe with my name, Ryan Carter. I stumbled back, knocking over a tray of instruments. The sound echoed through the morgue. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. Then the fluorescent lights flickered, and the corpse's eyes opened. I couldn't move. It sat up, its head tilting at an unnatural angle, its lips curled into a twisted smile. "You took my place," it whispered. I turned and ran. The hallway stretched endlessly, the lights blinking out one by one behind me. A cold presence chased me, footsteps that weren't mine, breathing that wasn't mine. Then the elevator doors opened. I dove inside, slamming the buttons as the doors began to close. I saw the shadow standing at the morgue entrance, watching, smiling. The elevator lurched upward, and the moment I reached the main floor, I bolted. I didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping in the freezing night air. When I returned in the morning, I checked the records again. There was no entry for a drowning victim that night, and my name, it was never on the morgue's log. But the storage drawer, the one I found open, it was empty, and the tag with my name, gone. My name is Lucas. I work as a night shift orderly at West Haven General. I've seen my fair share of strange things, people talking to invisible figures, hearing voices, even some who claim they can see the dead. But last night, I experienced something that I know wasn't just in my head. It started at 2:45 a.m. I was delivering medication to the ICU when I noticed something odd on the patient board. Room 217 occupied. That didn't make sense. Room 217 had been closed for months. A renovation issue. No one was supposed to be in there. I frowned, double-checking the chart. The name listed was Eleanor Glass. I'd never heard that name before. A cold chill ran through me. I decided to check for myself. As I approached room 217, the hallway felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, almost suffocating. My footsteps echoed, strangely, like the walls were closer than they should be. The door was slightly open. A dim light flickered inside. I pushed the door open. A woman sat in the hospital bed, facing the window. Her gray hair hung in thin, brittle strands. Her gown was old, too old, like something from decades ago. The fourth line in her arm led to nothing. "Eleanor Glass?" I asked hesitantly. Slowly, she turned to look at me, her face sunken, hollow eyes, skin paper thin, stretched too tightly over her bones, lips cracked, blood dried at the corners. But the worst part, she smiled. "You finally came," she rasped. My breath hitched. You're not supposed to be here." Her eyes darkened. "Neither are you." The lights flickered again. The machines in the room began to beep, erratically, except there were no machines. Just empty space where they should have been. Then she moved. Not like a person, like something glitching. Her body jerking forward in unnatural bursts. I stumbled back. She reached out her fingers, too long, too thin, grabbing my wrist. I felt cold. like something was being pulled from me. I yanked away and sprinted into the hallway, gasping for air. When I turned back, the room was empty. No bed, no light, just an abandoned, dust-covered space. The patient board no longer had her name, but when I checked the hospital records, I found her. Eleanor Glass died in room 217, 50 years ago. My name is Adam. I've worked as a night nurse at Greenridge Hospital for the past 2 years. The job is usually quiet, but last Thursday night, something happened that I can't explain. It started with a simple mistake. I was assigned to check on a patient in room 304, a routine task. When I got there, the door was slightly open, and inside, a woman sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. Her long dark hair hung in tangled strands over her face. Her hospital gown was stained, wrinkled. "Miss Harper?" I asked, checking the chart in my hand. She didn't respond. I stepped closer. "Miss Harper, I need to check your vitals." Slowly, she lifted her head. Her face was wrong. Her eyes were sunken. Her skin almost gray. Her lips cracked and bleeding. And her mouth, it stretched into a slow, unnatural grin. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to leave. But before I could react, the overhead speakers crackled. Code blue. Room 304. A cold chill ran down my spine. I was in room 304. I turned toward the hallway. A team of nurses and doctors rushed past me into the room. They went straight to the bed-X. It was empty. The sheets were neatly folded. Sign of the woman? I stumbled back, my heart hammering. "Where's the patient?" one of the nurses asked. I turned to point, but the woman was gone, and the name on the chart in my hand had changed. Not Harper, Adam Carter, my name. The monitors in the room beeped erratically. The air turned ice cold. Then, I felt something behind me. Breath on my neck, a whisper. "You were never supposed to be here." I don't remember what happened next. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. My coworkers told me they found me unconscious in room 304. But here's the thing, there is no room 304. The hallway ends at room 303, the space where 304 should be. It's just a solid wall. My name is Nathan. I've been a security guard at Redwood Hospital for almost a year. Most nights are quiet, just me, a few nurses, and the occasional patient wandering the halls. But last Thursday, something happened that I still can't explain. At around 3 a.m. I was doing my usual rounds when I noticed something strange on the security monitor's room. 509's door was open. That was impossible. 509 had been empty for years. No patients, no staff, nothing. I switched to the hallway camera outside the room. A man stood in the doorway, staring directly into the camera. He was tall, dressed in a patient's gown, his face obscured by shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and headed to the 5th floor. As I stepped out of the elevator, the air was thick, heavy like walking through water. The hallway was eerily silent. No beeping monitors, no distant voices from the nurses' station, just silence. And the door to room 509, wide open. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to turn around, but my legs carried me forward. Inside, the room was cold, freezing. A single hospital bed sat in the center, covered in yellowed sheets. And then I saw him, standing in the corner, motionless, watching me. His face was pale, his eyes hollow and sunken. His mouth twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. "You're not supposed to be here," he whispered. The door slammed shut behind me. The lights flickered, and suddenly, I wasn't in room 509 anymore. I was somewhere else. The walls were stained, covered in deep scratch marks. The bed was rusted, the air thick with the stench of decay. The man stepped closer. "I've been waiting," he said. His hands reached for me. "Lon." bony fingers stretching to 4. I screamed, and then I woke up, in room 509, alone. The door was closed. The hallway outside was normal. The security monitors showed nothing unusual. But when I checked the hospital records later, I found something that made my blood run cold. Room 509 had been closed for a reason. 30 years ago, a patient was found dead inside. A man in a hospital gown, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. My name is Daniel. I've worked as a medical intern at Blackridge Hospital for 3 months now. Everyone warned me about the night shift, but I assumed they were talking about exhaustion. They weren't. It started last Saturday at exactly 2:17 a.m. I was making my rounds when I heard it screaming, blood-curdling, agonized screams echoing down the hall. I sprinted toward the sound, heart pounding. The screams were coming from the old psychiatric ward on the East Wing. That part of the hospital had been shut down for years. No patients, no staff. No one was supposed to be there. I hesitated at the entrance. The doors were rusted, paint peeling. The words, Ward D, barely legible above them. The screaming stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse. I took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. Inside, the air was heavy, stale. A faint smell of antiseptic and something metallic blood. The fluorescent lights flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the room. And then I saw them. Rows of empty hospital beds, leather restraints still fastened to the frames, wheelchairs tipped over, patient files scattered across the floor, and footprints in the dust, leading deeper inside. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I followed the footprints down the hall, my breath coming in short gasps. The air grew colder with each step. My own footsteps echoed back at me, except sometimes I heard an extra one, like someone was following just a step behind. Then I reached the last door. It was slightly ajar, a small flickering light inside. I pushed it open. The room was empty, except for a single hospital bed in the center, and strapped to it was me, my own face, pale and sunken, my own body, motionless, except for my eyes. They were wide open, staring at me in silent horror. The air pressure changed, the lights went out, and the screaming started again. This time, I was the one screaming. My name is Nathan. I used to work the night shift at St. Mary's Hospital as a security guard. The job was easy: walk the halls, check the cameras, make sure no one sneaks in or out. But there was one rule: never go into room 616. It was an old wing of the hospital, abandoned years ago. The doors were locked, the windows boarded up, but every now and then, the cameras would pick up movement inside, shadows shifting, a flicker of light, and sometimes, a voice. One night, around 2 a.m., the motion sensors in the old wing went off. I checked the monitors and saw something impossible. The door to room 616 was wide open. I grabbed my flashlight and radioed my partner, James. "Hey, something's up in the old wing. Meet me there." Static. James didn't respond. That was weird. He was always by his radio. I sighed and made my way down the dark hallway alone. The hospital always had this sterile, lifeless smell at night. But here, here it smelled like damp rot. The walls were cracked, paint peeling like dead skin. As I approached room 616, I noticed something odd. The door wasn't just open. It looked like it had been forced open. Claw marks raked across the wood. A chill ran down my spine. I shined my flashlight inside. The room was empty except for an old hospital bed, rusted and covered in dust. And then I saw it, a patient file lying on the bed. Curious, I stepped inside. The file was thick, filled with scribbled notes and illegible handwriting. The name on the cover sent a jolt through my body. Nathan Caldwell, my full name. My pulse pounded in my ears as I flipped through the pages. The reports described a patient who had been admitted for delusions. A man who believed he was a security guard. A man who had died in this room 50 years ago. I dropped the file. My breath came in sharp gasps. That's when I saw the reflection. In the cracked window, a figure stood behind me, pale, sunken eyes, a hollow face, dressed in a torn security uniform. It was me. The door slammed shut, and the lights went out. My name is Ethan. I work as a paramedic, which means I've been in and out of hospitals more times than I can count. But there's one hospital I'll never go back to. St. Vincent's. Not after what happened last month. It was a routine call. A car accident on the highway. The driver, a middle-aged man named Patrick, was in bad shape, broken ribs, internal bleeding, slipping in and out of consciousness. We rushed him to St. Vincent's, and as we wheeled him inside, he suddenly grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. "Don't take me to the 6th floor," he croaked. His eyes were wild with fear. I exchanged a look with my partner, Jenna. St. Vincent's only had 5 floors. "You mean the 5th floor?" I asked. He shook his head violently. "The 6th. Don't. Let them take me there, please." Before I could ask anything else, he passed out. We got him to the ER, and the doctors took over. I tried to shake off his words. He was delirious, probably just mumbling nonsense. But as we finished the paperwork, I felt uneasy. Then Jenna nudged me. "Look at that." She pointed toward the elevator panel, between the buttons for the 5th floor and the rooftop access. There was another button, one that shouldn't have been there. Jenna frowned. "Have you ever seen that before?" I shook my head. Something about it made my skin crawl. "Let's check it out," she said. I should have said no. I should have ignored it and walked out of that hospital. But instead, I found myself stepping into the elevator with Jenna. She pressed the button. The door slid shut, and the elevator started to descend. "Wait," I muttered. "We're going down." Jenna jabbed at the emergency stop button, but nothing happened. The air felt heavy, thick, like we were being pulled into something unnatural. Finally, the doors opened. We weren't in a hospital anymore. The walls were cracked and blackened with soot. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Flickering fluorescent lights cast eerie shadows on the filthy floor. And the sound? A distant, rhythmic thump, like something heavy being dragged. Jenna grabbed my arm. "Ethan, we need to. The lights." "Cut out then," came the whispering. Dozens of voices, murmuring, giggling, crying. They were all around us, pressing against the darkness. A figure lurched into the dim light. A man in a hospital gown, his face half burned, his mouth stretching too wide in a grotesque grin, his eyes locked onto mine. "You shouldn't have come here." The elevator doors slammed shut behind us. The last thing I remember is screaming as hands reached out from the walls. Then, I woke up in the ER. Jenna was gone. The doctors told me there was no 6th floor. No records of us ever stepping into that elevator. And Jenna? She was never found. But sometimes, when I drive past St. Vincent's, I see her, standing at the hospital window, staring down at me, and I know she's still there, trapped on the 6th floor. My name is Lucas. I've been a night janitor at Westwood General Hospital for almost 6 years. I thought I had seen everything: emergency room chaos, bloody surgeries, and even the occasional dead body being wheeled to the morgue. But nothing prepared me for what happened last Tuesday night. It started like any other shift. The halls were dimly lit, the smell of disinfectant thick in the air. Most of the hospital was quiet, except for the occasional beeping of heart monitors or the low murmur of nurses talking at the stations. Around 3 a.m., I was mopping the floor near the abandoned pediatric ward when I heard it. A faint giggle. I froze. That section of the hospital had been shut down for years. No patients, no staff, no reason for anyone to be there. I told myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard it again, closer. I tightened my grip on the mop handle and stepped toward the hallway. The doors to the pediatric ward were supposed to be locked, but one of them was slightly open. A sliver of darkness waiting on the other side. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside. The air was icicle dust floated in the dim light of the flickering overhead bulbs. Rows of small, rusted hospital beds lined the walls. Some still had old, moth-eaten, stuffed animals resting on the pillows. And then, I saw them dot tiny footprints in the dust. Fresh, leading deeper into the ward. My breath hitched as I followed them, my footsteps unnervingly loud against the tile floor. The prints led to a single bed at the far end of the room. A nameplate was still attached to it, though the metal was corroded with time. I squinted to read the name, Eleanor Price. A gust of cold air hit my neck, and then, in a voice barely above, a whisper. I heard it. "That's my bed." I spun around. A little girl stood behind me. Her hospital gown was faded and torn, her long dark hair tangled around her face. Her skin was pale, too pale, and her eyes, hollow, empty. I staggered back, my heart hammering. She just stood there, staring, her lips curling into a slow, unnatural smile. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in. I turned to run, but the door was gone, just a blank, solid wall where it had been. I turned back, and she was right. In front of me now, her cold fingers reaching for my wrist. I screamed, and then everything went dark. My name is Lily, and something moves in the shadows of my basement every night. I never used to go down there. The basement was dark, damp, and filled with old furniture that belonged to my grandparents. I always avoided it, but last week, I needed to grab some boxes for a yard sale. I opened the door, and that's when I first saw it. A shadow dark and long creeping across the far wall. I thought I was imagining things. I stepped down, flicking on the basement light, but the shadow didn't go away. It moved, stretching out like it was alive. I froze. Then I heard the scratching, soft, scraping sounds from the corner of the basement, like nails dragging across wood. I took a few steps back, but the shadow moved closer. It followed me. Terrified, I ran upstairs and slammed the door. I didn't go back into the basement for days, but every night, I could hear the scratching. It started to grow louder, like something was trying to get out. Last night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and went back down. The basement was eerily silent. I walked toward the far corner where the shadow had been. Then I noticed something. There was no shadow. Instead, something had scratched deep lines into the floor, as if someone or something had crawled around, leaving marks. I turned to leave, but as I did, I caught a glimpse in the corner of my eye a pair of eyes, staring at me from the farthest corner of the basement. I didn't stop running until I was safely upstairs. I haven't gone down there since, but every night, I hear the scratching, and sometimes, I swear I hear those eyes following me around the house. My name is Emily, and the noise from my basement never stops. At first it was subtle, a faint thud, followed by a scraping sound. I thought maybe it was just the old house settling, but then it grew louder. Every night, around midnight, I'd hear it, a series of sharp bangs from below, followed by something being dragged across the floor. The sound echoed through the walls, rattling my nerves. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and walked down the creaky stairs, my heart pounding. The basement was colder than I remembered, and the air smelled musty. The noises were louder, now closer. I pointed the flashlight to the corner, where the sound seemed to originate. Nothing. The floor was just bare concrete, covered in old boxes and unused furniture. But as I turned to leave, I felt it, a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, my flashlight flickering in the darkness. There was no one there. The banging resumed, louder this time. I ran up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind me. But the noise continued, as if something was trapped down there, relentlessly banging against the walls, begging to be freed. It hasn't stopped since. Every night, I hear it. And every morning, I check the basement, hoping to find nothing. But every time, the air is heavier, and the noises grow closer. Last night, as I turned to leave the basement once again, I noticed something strange. The shadows in the corner were moving, and they weren't shadows anymore. They were stall, twisted figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. I didn't stay long enough to see what they truly were. Now, every night, I lock the basement door, but it doesn't matter. The noises still come, and I fear that one day, something will break through. My name is Caleb, and my basement door has started opening by itself, but only at 3:33 a.m. The first time it happened, I thought maybe I had forgotten to close it properly. I shrugged it off, shut the door, and went back to bed. But then it happened, again, and again. Every night, at exactly 3:33 a.m. I'd wake up to the sound of the basement door creaking open. I started locking it. Deadbolt, chain, everything. It didn't matter no matter how I secured it. At 3:33 a.m., the door would be wide open, and the basement would be pitch black. Last night, I decided to stay up and watch. I sat on the couch, facing the door, phone in hand, recording. At 3:32 a.m., nothing. At 3:33 a.m., my phone, glitched, the screen flickered, and then the locks slid open. One by one, the chain unlatched. The deadbolt turned. The knob twisted. The door swung open slowly, revealing the dark stairs. And in the blackness, a pair of hands reached out from the shadows, long fingers, stretching toward the doorway. I dropped my phone and ran. This morning, I checked the footage. The video was corrupted, just static and white noise. But at the very end, for just 1 second, there was an image. The basement door, wide open, and a face staring up at the camera, smiling. My name is Nathan, and there is a mirror in my basement that shouldn't be there. I never bought it, never brought it down there. But last night, when I went to grab some old boxers, there it was, a tall, antique mirror, leaning against the basement. While at first, I thought maybe the previous owners had left it behind, but the moment I stepped in front of it, I noticed something wrong. My reflection blinked too late. I froze. My stomach twisted. I lifted my right hand. The reflection did the same. Then, after a long pause, smiled. I wasn't smiling. I took a step back. My reflection didn't move. It just stood there, grinning, its head tilting slightly like it was watching me. My breath hitched. I turned to leave. Then I heard it. A soft tapping against the glass. I looked back. My reflection had raised its hand. Fingers pressed against the mirror. Then it took a step forward. Not in the reflection, inside the glass, like it was trying to get out. I ran upstairs, slamming the basement door shut. This morning, I went back down. The mirror was gone, but in the dust-covered floor, there were wet footprints leading up the stairs, not mine. And now, every time I pass by a mirror in my house, I feel like something else is looking back. Something that isn't me anymore. My name is Oliver, and my house has a basement that shouldn't exist. When I bought this place, I checked the blueprints. 1 floor, 3 bedrooms, no basement. But last night, while moving furniture, I knocked over a shelf. When it hit the floor, I heard a hollow sound like there was empty space beneath. I pulled back the rug. There was a trap door, a locked trapdoor. My heart pounded as I forced it open. Beneath, a set of wooden stairs spiraled down into darkness. I hesitated. There wasn't supposed to be a basement. But there it was, waiting. I grabbed a flashlight and climbed down. The air was stale, thick with dust. The space was small, just dirt walls and a single, rotting chair in the center. Then I saw them. Handprints. Dozens of bloody handprints smeared across the walls. Some big, some small, all of them fresh. My stomach twisted. I turned to leave, but something whispered behind me, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, my flashlight shaking. The chair was empty before. Now, something sat in it. A figure, barely visible in the dim light. Long limbs, sunken face, a grin that stretched too wide. It stood up. I ran. I scrambled up the stairs, slamming the trapdoor behind me. This morning, I checked the floor again. The trapdoor was gone, like it had never been there. But I can still hear the whispering. It's coming from the walls now. My name is Evan, and for the past few nights, my basement door has been unlocking itself. I live alone. My house is small, quiet, and nothing about it ever felt strange before. But last week, I woke up to find the basement door wide open. I was sure I had locked it. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I had just forgotten. But then it happened again and again. Last night, I decided to test it. Before bed, I triple-locked the basement door deadbolt, chain, and knob. I even pushed a heavy dresser in front of it. At 3:07 a.m., I woke up to a soft creaking. I turned over in bed, my heart pounding. The basement door was open again. The dresser had been pushed aside. The locks were still in place, unbroken, as if the door had never needed them to open. A slow, cold dread settled into my chest. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped toward the doorway. My breath felt thick, heavy. The basement stairs yawned before me, stretching down into complete darkness. Then whispered my name, a breathy, rasping voice from the bottom of the stairs. Evan. I ran. I locked myself in my bedroom, shoving my dresser against the door. But the whispering didn't stop. I lay awake all night, listening to it move through the house, soft footsteps, circling my bed, fingers scratching at the walls. By morning, the house was silent again. I checked the basement door. It was shut, but now, on the inside of the door, something had been carved into the wood. 3 words, jagged and deep. Let me in. My name is Daniel, and I have a problem with my basement light. It won't stay off. At first, I thought it was just a wiring issue. I'd turn the light off before going to bed, but by morning, it would be on again. Not flickering, not dim, just as if someone had flipped the switch. I live alone. 2 nights ago, I decided to test it. Before bed, I turned off the basement light and closed the door. I even took a photo of the switch in the off position just to be sure. At exactly 3:12 a.m., I woke up to a soft humming sound. I sat up, my heart pounding. The basement door was slightly ajar. A sliver of yellow light spilled into the hallway. The light was on again. I checked my phone. The photo still showed the switch was off. Something was down there. I grabbed a kitchen knife and stepped toward the basement door. The humming grew louder. My fingers trembled as I pushed the door open. The stairs stretched down into the sickly glow of the bare light bulb, and then I heard it. Footsteps, not coming from the stairs, coming from the ceiling, like something was crawling upside down, moving slowly toward the staircase. My breath caught in my throat. My body screamed at me to run, but I was frozen, staring into the light-drenched basement. Then the light flickered, and I saw it. A shadow that didn't belong to me, stretching across the basement floor. Something big, something waiting. I slammed the door shut, locking it this morning. I checked the basement again. The light was off, and in the dust-covered floor beneath the bulb, there were handprints, not footprints. Handprints, facing upward, like something had been hanging from the ceiling, staring at me the whole time. My name is Jason. I never liked basements too dark, too quiet, too easy to imagine something watching you. But in my new house, the basement wasn't just creepy, it was wrong. It started with the scratching dot every night, just after 2 a.m. I'd hear its slow, deliberate scraping coming from the basement stairs. Not rats, not pipes. Something else at first. I ignored it. But last night, I decided to check. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the stairs. The air felt thick, like I was walking into something that didn't want me there. Then I saw them. Scratch marks, deep grooves ran along the bottom steps, carved into the wood like something with claws had been dragging itself upward. That's when I heard it. A low, wet breath coming from under the stairs. I slowly crouched down, shining my flashlight into the gap beneath. At first, there was nothing but darkness and dust. Then, it moved. A pale hand shot out, fingers too long, nails jagged and blackened. It grabbed the edge of the step, and before I could react, it pulled itself forward. I saw its face stretched, too thin, skin gray and torn. Its mouth twisted into a grin that didn't belong to anything human. I ran. I slammed the basement door and shoved a chair under the handle, but it didn't stop. All night, I heard it climbing, not fast, not aggressive, just slow, like it knew I had nowhere to go. At 3:33 a.m., the scratching stopped. When I checked this morning, the basement door was wide open. The chair was across the room, and now there are scratch marks on my bedroom floor. It's getting closer. My name is Ryan, and for the past few weeks, I've been hearing noises coming from my basement. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, old pipes creaking, wood expanding, the usual. But then, I started hearing footsteps. My basement is unfinished, just concrete floors and exposed beams. I only go down there to grab storage boxes, but lately, I've had the feeling that I'm not alone when I do. 2 nights ago, I decided to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly descended the wooden stairs, each step creaking beneath my weight. The air smelled damp, musty, wrong. I scanned the room. Nothing, just old furniture, holiday decorations, and dust-covered boxes. Then I saw it. A door that wasn't there before. My basement had only one entrance, and I knew every inch of it. But now, this door stood at the far end, slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. My breath hitched. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But my curiosity got the better of me. I reached for the handle. The moment my fingers touched it, a cold breath of air rushed out from the darkness beyond. The smell of something rotting filled my nose, and then I heard breathing. Not mine. Deep, slow, inhuman. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled toward the open door, its beam shining inside for just a second before something moved. A hand shot out, long, pale fingers tipped with blackened nails. It slammed the door shut with a force that shook the basement walls. I ran. I locked the basement door and didn't look back. The next morning, I found my flashlight. It had been placed neatly at the top of the basement stairs, and the strange door, it was gone, like it was never there. But I still hear it at night, the slow, steady breathing, waiting. My name is Lucas. I never believed in ghosts, demons, or anything supernatural. But that changed when I moved into my new house, a house with a basement door that shouldn't exist. I first noticed it on my second day. The house was old, creaky, and needed repairs, but it had character. While unpacking, I found a hidden door behind a dusty bookshelf in the hallway. It led to a narrow staircase descending into darkness. That was strange. The house inspection papers never mentioned a second basement. Curious, I grabbed a flashlight and stepped inside. The air grew thick and stale, carrying the scent of damp earth and something rotten. My footsteps echoed as I reached the bottom. The basement was small, with stone walls and a dirt floor. But what sent chills down my spine was the chair in the center of the room. A single wooden chair, old and scratched, and the chains bolted to the walls. Something was kept here. A sudden thump from above made me jump. I turned off my flashlight, my breath shallow. Silence, then a whisper. "You found it." I ran. I slammed the hidden door shut and pushed the bookshelf back over it. My heart pounded, but I told myself it was just my imagination. Then, at 3 a.m., I heard it knocking from inside the basement, slow, deliberate. 3 knocks. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I called a contractor to check the house's blueprints. He frowned, flipping through the pages. "There's no basement on this side of the house," he said. "At least, there shouldn't be." That was 2 nights ago. The knocking hasn't stopped, and last night, I woke up to find the bookshelf pushed open. Something wants out. My name is Eric, and I work the night shift at Kingpin Bowling Alley. It's an old place, barely staying in business, and no one ever comes in after midnight, or at least, no one living. Last Friday, around 2 a.m., I was cleaning up when the lane screens flickered. A name appeared on lane 6. Graham. There was no one in the building but me. The ball return rumbled, spitting out a single black bowling ball. My breath hitched. Kingpin had a story and urban legend, rarely about a man named Graham who bowled a perfect game just before he vanished without a trace. Some say his body was never found. Others claim he's still here, playing frame after frame in an endless loop. I told myself it was just a glitch. I had 2 choices: ignore it and leave, or watch. Morbid curiosity won. The ball rolled down the lane, slow and deliberate. No one had thrown it, but it moved anyway. It struck the pins a strike. The machine reset, and the screen updated too. Frame 2. I watched as the game played itself. Frame 3, frame 4. Every shot was perfect, but as the frames progressed, the atmosphere changed. The lights dimmed, the air turned stale. I heard something faint, whispering sound, just behind me. Frame 7. The whispers grew louder. My hands clenched around the mop handle. The lane's wood looked warped, like something beneath it was pressing upward. Frame 9. The screen flickered again, this time displaying a message. "Join me." I turned to run, but the floor was sticky like something was holding me in place. The final frame played. The ball rolled, slower this time, like it was dragging something with it. As it hit the pins, a shape emerged from the ball return. A figure. His skin was gray, stretched too tight over his skull. His eyes were empty sockets, his mouth frozen. In an unnatural grin, the name on the screen changed. "Welcome, Eric." Frame 1. I bolted. The exit door wouldn't budge. My reflection in the window wasn't mine, it was his. I did the only thing I could. I grabbed a ball and threw it down the lane. My hands shook, but I aimed straight. A strike. The figure stopped. The lights flickered. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything was normal again. The lane screen reset. The name was gone. The ball return was empty. I ran home that night and never went back. But last night, outside my apartment, I saw something. A single black bowling ball, and it was rolling toward my door. My name is Eric, and I work the night shift at Kingpin Bowling Alley. It's an old place, barely staying in business, and no one ever comes in after midnight, or at least, no one living. Last Friday, around 2 a.m., I was cleaning up when the lane screens flickered. A name appeared on lane 6. Graham? There was no one in the building but me. The ball return rumbled, spitting out a single black bowling ball. My breath hitched. Kingpin had a story and urban legend, Really about a man named Graham who bowled a perfect game just before he vanished without a trace. Some say his body was never found. Others claim he's still here, playing frame after frame in an endless loop. I told myself it was just a glitch. I had two choices: ignore it and leave, or watch. Morbid curiosity won. The ball rolled down the lane, slow and deliberate. No one had thrown it, but it moved anyway. It struck the pins a strike, the machine reset, and the screen updated too. Frame 2. I watched as the game played itself. Frame 3, frame 4. Every shot was perfect, but as the frames progressed, the atmosphere changed. The lights dimmed, the air turned stale. I heard something faint, a whispering sound, just behind me. Frame 7. The whispers grew louder. My hands clenched around the mop handle. The lane's wood looked warped, like something beneath it was pressing upward. Frame 9. The screen flickered again, this time displaying a message: join me. I turned to run, but the floor was sticky, like something was holding me in place. The final frame played. The ball rolled, slower this time, like it was dragging something with it. As it hit the pins, a shape emerged from the ball return. A figure. His skin was gray, stretched too tight over his skull. His eyes were empty sockets, his mouth frozen in an unnatural grin. The name on the screen changed. Welcome, Eric. Frame 1. I bolted. The exit door wouldn't budge. My reflection in the window wasn't mine, it was his. I did the only thing I could. I grabbed a ball and threw it down the lane. My hands shook, but I aimed straight. A strike. The figure stopped. The lights flickered. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything was normal again. The lane screen reset. The name was gone. The ball return was empty. I ran home that night and never went back. But last night, outside my apartment, I saw something. A single black bowling ball, and it was rolling toward my door. My name is Jared, and I used to love bowling. That changed the night I played at Midnight Lanes. It was an old, rundown alley on the outskirts of town, one of those places you assume went out of business years ago. Yet, somehow, the neon sign still flickered to life after dark. My friends bailed on our plans, but I decided to check it out alone. Just one game, I told myself. The place was empty. No front desk attendant, no other bowlers, just the steady hum of unseen machinery. The air smelled stale, and every footstep echoed like I was walking through an abandoned cathedral. Then, the automated lane screen lit up, displaying, "Welcome, Jared, frame 1." I hadn't entered my name. The ball return rumbled, and a single bowling ball rolled out. It was old, its color dulled with age, but something about it felt wrong. The weight was uneven, and when I touched it, my skin prickled like I was holding something alive. I rolled it anyway, a perfect strike. But the pins didn't reset. Instead, they stood back upon their own. No machine, no mechanical arm. They just moved. Frame 2. A new ball rolled out, this one heavier. I picked it up, and my fingers stuck for a second, like the ball was gripping me back. I bowled another strike. Then I heard it. A faint scratching sound, like nails on wood. It came from the gutters. Frame 3. The sound grew louder. I looked down the lane, and in the shadows beyond the pins, something shifted, a shape low to the ground, crawling. Frame 4, frame 5, frame 6. I couldn't stop playing. My hands trembled as I sent ball after ball down the lane. The scratching turned to whispers. The thing in the shadows got closer. I could see its outline now, long fingers, empty eyes. It was waiting. Frame 9. The lane floor was slick now, wet and dark. I didn't want to know what with. My reflection in the ball was wrung. It smiled when I didn't. Frame 10. The final ball was ice cold. My fingers went numb the moment I touched it. The whispering voices were no longer distant. They were right behind me. I threw the ball and squeezed my eyes shut. A perfect game. The whispers stopped. The air felt normal again. I turned, my heart hammering. The alley was empty. The lights were dim. The neon sign outside buzzed faintly, flickering out. I ran. When I got home, I swore to never set foot in that place again. But when I emptied my pockets, my stomach turned. A crumpled scorecard. Congratulations, Jared. See you next time. My name is Elliot, and I work the night shift at Kingpin Lanes. It's a dead-end job, but I never minded until the night I discovered the hidden lane. Kingpin Lanes had been around for decades, a relic from the 60s that never updated its decor. The air reeked of stale beer, and the neon signs buzzed like dying fireflies. Most nights were quiet. Just a few late-night bowlers and the occasional drunk stumbling in from the bar next door. That night was different. The power flickered around. 2 a.m., just as I was about to close up. I went to the breaker room in the back, a place one rarely entered. That's when I saw it in a narrow corridor, behind a rusted metal door I'd never noticed before. It shouldn't have been there. Curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped inside. The corridor was long, lined with cracked tiles, and led to a single bowling lane covered in thick dust. An old scoreboard flickered to life above me, displaying a name, Elliot, frame 1. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't entered my name. I turned to leave, but the door had vanished. My heart pounded as a ball rolled out of the return chute on its own, stopping at my feet. It was old, its once bright color faded, the number 13 etched into its surface. The pins reset at the end of the lane with a deafening crash. Something wanted me to play? With shaking hands, I picked up the ball and rolled it down the lane. It hit the pins with a sound like shattering glass. The scoreboard updated. Strike. Then the lights dimmed. The shadows in the corners thickened, twisting into shapes that moved. The air grew heavy, and a low whisper crawled into my ears, overlapping. Voices chanting something I couldn't understand. Frame 2. A second ball rolled out. This time, I hesitated. My reflection in the polished wood of the lane looked wrong. It wasn't following my movements. It was watching me. I didn't want to play anymore, but when I stepped back, my feet wouldn't move. My body was frozen in place. The voices grew louder. The only thing I could do was bold out frame 3, frame 4, frame 5. With every roll, the lane changed. The pins became skeletal hands, reaching. The return chute gurgled, spitting out balls covered in something thick and dark. The figures in the shadows pressed closer, whispering my name. Frame 10. The final ball was heavier than before. It burned against my palms. My reflection grinned at me as I let it go. The pins exploded, and the world around me shattered. I woke up outside, the alley's neon sign buzzing above me. My shift had ended. My hands ached, my body sore. It could have been a dream, except for one thing. The scorecard in my pocket read, "Perfect game. See you next time." My name is Travis, and I used to love bowling. That was before what happened at Stryker's Alley. Stryker's Alley was the only bowling alley in my small town. It was old, smelled like stale popcorn, and had a reputation for being cursed. The rumor was that back in the 80s, a man named Raymond Burke went on a rampage after losing a tournament, taking down half the staff before turning the ball return machine on himself. The place shut down for a decade before new owners reopened it, pretending the past didn't exist. I never believed in curses, but I do now. It was a regular Friday night. My friends and I had a routine bowl, a few games, drink some cheap soda, and talk about nothing. That night, the alley was nearly empty. Just us and an old man behind the counter, who barely looked up from his newspaper. Everything was normal until my third frame. The lane glitched, the pins reset on their own, before my ball even reached them. Then, the screen above me flickered, showing an old black and white security feed. It was us, but something was wrong in the grainy footage. A figure stood behind me, just a shadow barely visible at the edge of the frame. I turned around. Nothing was there. My friends laughed it off, saying it was just an electrical issue. But when my turn came again, I grabbed my ball and nearly dropped it. It was warm, wet. I looked down. My hands were covered in something dark. Blood. I staggered back, wiping my hands on my jeans. But there was nothing. My ball was clean. My friends saw nothing. "Dude, you okay?" Jason asked. The scoreboard above us flickered again. The names changed. Jason, Melanie, Mark, and me all. Our names vanished. In their place, new names appeared. Burke, Burke, Burke. The old man behind the counter finally looked up. His eyes were wide, his face pale. "You need to leave, now." The lights above us exploded. Shards of glass rained down. The lanes stretched, the floor beneath us turning slick, like an oil spill seeping from the cracks. A voice boomed over the intercom, deep and gurgling, like someone speaking through water. "You took my place. Now I'll take yours." The last thing I saw before everything went black was the reflection in the polished lane, not my own. Raymond Burke was staring back at me, smiling. "My name is Lex, and I used to work the night shift at a rundown bowling alley called Kingpin Lanes. It was an old place, barely holding together, but it had its regulars mostly lonely, insomniacs, and drunks, who had nowhere else to go. The pay was garbage, but it was easy work, at least, until I met the man in Lane 13. We never assigned Lane 13 to anyone. The owner was superstitious and insisted we skip it when giving out lanes. But one night, around 2 a.m., I heard the unmistakable crash of pins from that lane. I looked up, and there he was, a man in a tattered brown coat, his back turned to me. I hadn't seen him come in. "Sir," I called out. "We're closing soon." He didn't respond. He just picked up a ball and rolled it down the lane. Another perfect strike. The way he moved was eerie stiff, unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. I stepped closer. "Sir, you're not supposed to." He turned. His face was wrong. Pale, too smooth, like it had been stretched over a skull that was slightly the wrong shape. His eyes were black pits, empty and bottomless. Then he grinned. The lights flickered, and suddenly, the entire alley was empty. No customers, no sound, just me and him. The pins at the end of Lane 13 reset. On their own, I took a step back. "I am going to call the police." The man didn't move, but a bowling ball rolled off the rack and stopped at my feet. My name was etched into it. I hadn't told him my name. The intercom crackled. A voice, distorted and distant, whispered, "Your turn." I ran. I don't remember leaving the alley, but I woke up in my bed, drenched in sweat. I quit the job that morning. Kingpin Lanes burned down a month later. No cause was ever determined. The fire started at Lane 13. My name is Derek, and I never believed in ghosts until I got trapped in the alley. It was supposed to be a normal night. My friends and I had the idea to sneak into Westwood bowling after hours. The place had been abandoned for years, left to rot after a fire gutted most of it. Some said it was haunted. We said it was just a cool place to explore. The back door was easy to pry open. Inside, the lanes were covered in dust, the air thick with the scent of mildew and burnt wood. The electronic scoreboards were shattered, but the lanes themselves remained intact, as if waiting for players to return. "Let's bowl one round," Jake suggested, setting an old ball onto the lane as soon as he let it go. The overhead lights flickered to life, all of them. Nope. Lisa backed toward the exit. That's our cue to leave. The ball kept rolling. It should have slowed down, but instead, it picked up speed. It slammed into the pins with a force that shook the floor. The sound echoed unnaturally, stretching into a deep, guttural groan. Then, the ball rolled back. It stopped right at my feet. My name was carved into it. The air turned ice cold. I heard footsteps behind me, dozens of them, shuffling, circling. I turned, but there was nothing. There, Jake screamed. He was gone. Just ... gone. 1 second he was beside me. The next, only his shoes remained. Still positioned like he was standing there. The bowling pins at the end of the lane reset on their own. Lisa bolted for the door, but it had vanished. The wall was seamless, as if no entrance had ever existed. The intercom crackled. Next player, Derek. A pair of hands cold, bony clamped down on my shoulders. I don't remember much after that. Only flashes, Lisa crying, the lanes stretching into darkness, a crowd of shadowy figures watching us, a voice whispering, over and over, "Your turn." I woke up outside, alone. The building was sealed shut, as if we had never entered. Jake was never found. My name is Lucas, and I used to love bowling. It was my go-to stress reliever, a hobby that got me through rough weeks. That changed after the tournament at Ridgewood Lanes. The tournament was supposed to be fun, just a local event with some cash prizes. But there was something off about the place that night. The air smelled stale, like old beer, and something metallic. The neon signs above the lanes flickered, buzzing like angry insects. And the people, well, that was the weirdest part. Half of them weren't really watching the games. They sat unnaturally still, their heads slightly tilted, eyes locked on the lanes without blinking. I tried not to pay attention. I had a game to focus on. By the time I reached the final round, I was on fire. Strike after strike. I was up against some guy named Greg, a quiet, lanky man who never spoke. His skin had a weird, grayish tint, and when he bowled, he barely moved. Yet the ball rolled with unnatural precision. It came down to the final frame. I needed a strike to win. I stepped up, took a deep breath, and rolled the ball. The second it left my hand, I knew something was wrong. The alley seemed to stretch, the pins looking impossibly far away. The ball moved slower than it should have, as if the air had thickened. Then, just before it reached the pins, it stopped. Dead still. The entire alley went silent. Greg let out a breathy laugh, the first sound he had made all night. He stepped forward, picked up his own ball, and rolled. The moment his ball touched mine, both vanished. The pins fell over on their own. The screen above flashed. Winner, Greg. The lights flickered wildly, and I suddenly felt lightheaded. I turned to the audience, but they were all staring directly at me now. Their mouths hung open, but no sound came out. Their eyes, glassy empty, reflected the neon glow. I backed away, my stomach churning. Then I saw the new name on the tournament board. Lucas, returning player. I don't remember leaving Ridgewood Lanes. 1 second I was there, the next, I was outside, gasping for air. The tournament never showed up on any local listings again. Ridgewood Lanes shut down a week later. But I know it's still there, and I know Greg is waiting for me to come back for my rematch. My name is Daniel, and I never believed in ghosts. So I started working the night shift at Westwood Lanes. It was an old bowling alley, built sometime in the 70s, with faded carpets and a cigarette smoke smell that never really went away. The job was easy. Clean up after closing, reset the lanes, and make sure no drunk stragglers passed out in the bathroom. Simple, until last night. It started with the pins. I was sweeping near lane 7 when I heard the unmistakable clatter of pins falling. The problem, no one was bowling. The lane had reset itself. I walked over, half expecting to see some mechanical glitch, but the pins were still wobbling as If they'd just been struck. I glanced at the control panel. It read, Player 1, Strikey. A chill ran down my spine. I deleted the game from the system and stepped back. The panel flickered, then the words reappeared. Player 1, your turn. I laughed nervously. All right, very funny. Who's messing with me? Silence. The lanes stretched out in front of me, dark and empty. The neon glow above the pins flickered slightly, casting strange shadows across the alley. Then a single ball rolled out from the return system. I took a step back. Nope, I'm not doing this. I turned to leave, but the automatic doors refused to open. I banged against them, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. A sound behind me whispering. I spun around. The ball on lane 7 was moving. It rolled slowly at first, then picked up speed, barreling toward the pins with unnatural force. It slammed into them, sending them flying. The screen above flashed. Perfect game. The lights above the lane flickered wildly, and then, for the first time, I saw it. A figure, standing just past the pins. Tall, lanky, its limbs too long, its face obscured by darkness, and it was watching me. I stumbled back, my heart pounding against my ribs. The bowling balls in the return started rolling on their own, thudding against the machine. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, suffocating. Then, a voice low guttural spoke directly into my ear. Your turn. The doors behind me unlocked with a click. I didn't hesitate. I ran. I never went back for my paycheck. Never answered the owner's calls. I don't care if I never step foot in another bowling alley again, because I know something is still waiting at Westwood Lanes, and it's looking for a new player. My name is Ethan, and I have always loved the eerie silence of a bowling alley after midnight. There's something about the dim neon lights, the rhythmic sound of pins crashing, and the occasional hum of the pin-setting machines that gives me a strange sense of comfort. But after what happened last Friday, I don't think I'll ever step foot in one again. It started as a regular night out with my friends, 3 rounds of bowling, greasy alley food, and a few too many beers. The place was packed earlier, but by 1 a.m., it was just us and the night manager, an old guy named Rick who barely spoke. As the last of the other patrons left, Rick locked the doors and went to his office, leaving the lanes eerily quiet. Last game, I said, lining up for my turn. The screen flickered slightly as my name appeared on the scoreboard, but instead of Ethan, it read leave. I frowned. Guys, who's messing with the scoreboard? Not me, Jason muttered, stuffing his face with nachos. Maybe it's a glitch, Sarah suggested. But I noticed she was shifting uncomfortably. I deleted the text and re-entered my name, Ethan. Perfect. I grabbed my ball and took my stance. As I swung my arm back, the lights above the pins flickered violently, and in the split second before I released the ball, I swore I saw a figure standing at the end of the lane. The ball rolled straight into the gutter. The figure was gone. Did you guys see that? I turned back, but my friends were staring at me blankly. See what? Jason asked. I thought, never mind. I sat down, heart pounding. The game continued, but something felt wrong. Every time I looked away, I caught glimpses of shadows moving between the lanes. I heard faint whispers, like a conversation just out of reach. And then, my turn came again. I stood up hesitantly. My name on the screen had changed. Run. My blood ran cold. All right, screw this. I'm done. Ethan, it's just a malfunction, Sarah reasoned. But even she didn't sound convinced. Before I could argue, a loud crash echoed from the far end of the alley. The last lane's pinsetter had gone haywire, slamming down repeatedly, sending shards of pins flying. The air filled with the sickening smell of burnt rubber and metal. Then, the whispers turned into screams. The bowling balls started rolling on their own, picking up speed as they hurled toward us. The neon lights above burst, showering us in sparks. Jason yelped as a ball narrowly missed his foot. Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "We need to get out of here," she screamed. I turned towards Rick's office, but the door was wide open, swinging slightly. I ran over, heart hammering. But the room was empty except for a single old photograph on the desk. It was a picture of a bowling team from the 1960s. 5 men stood proudly holding their trophies, but one of them had no face, just a dark, hollow void where his features should have been. A small caption beneath the photo read, "In memory of those lost in the 1967 fire." Then, the air turned ice cold. A breathy sea unnatural brushed against my ear. "Your turn." The lights went out, and the screaming began again. My name is Marcus, and I was never one for superstitions. But the night I worked alone at the Royal Cinema, everything I believed about the world changed. The Royal Cinema was an old theater, one of those historic landmarks that had somehow survived decades of decline. I had taken a job as a projectionist there during the summer, and most nights, it was quiet and uneventful. The place had an air of nostalgia, as though it were frozen in time, with its velvet seats and faded golden curtains. The kind of place that people romanticized but never really visited anymore. On this particular evening, the theater was empty. No customers, just a faint hum of the ancient projectors working overtime. I was tasked with running an old film, real one that hadn't been played in years, tucked away in the archives. I set the film up in the projector, a massive dusty machine with gears that seemed too complex for its time. The film itself was in poor condition, the reels yellowed with age as it began to run. I noticed the film's title, The Projectionist's Curse. I had never heard of it. The footage was grainy, flickering in and out. The opening scene depicted the inside of an old cinema, very much like the one I was working in. The camera moved through the aisles, past the seats, and then focused on the projection booth. I watched, intrigued, as the figure in the film, a projectionist, much like myself, went about his work. But something felt off. The projectionist in the film wasn't alone. Behind him, in the shadows of the booth, stood a figure, a man dressed in black, his face obscured by a hood. The projectionist seemed unaware of him, completely absorbed in his task. As the film continued, the mysterious figure grew bolder. He started to move around the projection booth, silently watching the projectionist work. The man never spoke, but his presence became more oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was watching something that had been recorded with an unsettling purpose. Then, the film took a darker turn. The projectionist, my supposed counterpart, seemed to grow more erratic. His movements became jerky, his eyes wide and frantic. The man in black began to follow him, his steps slower, deliberate. Suddenly, the film stopped. The screen went black. I sat there, frozen. My hands instinctively reached for the projector's control to rewind the reel, but something stopped me. A cold breeze swept through the booth, and I heard a whisper so soft. I wasn't sure if it was in my head, or if it had come from the room itself. "Don't rewind." My heart skipped a beat. I turned around, expecting to find someone behind me, but the room was empty. No one had entered the booth. Still, the whisper persisted, growing louder, as if coming from every corner of the darkened cinema. "Don't rewind. You're next." Terrified, I ripped the film from the projector and threw it into the trash. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. The air felt thick, suffocating, as though something was closing in on me. Suddenly, the doors of the booth slammed shut. The lights flickered, and I was plunged into darkness. The projector started up again on its own, the reel beginning to play. The film once more. The screen flickered to life, showing the projectionist from the film, now frantic and panicked. He looked straight at the camera, his eyes wide with terror. Behind him, the man in black was no longer just watching. He was standing in the doorway of the booth, staring directly at me. His face was shrouded in shadow, but his smile was unmistakable, malicious, and far too wide. And then, in the blink of an eye, he was right behind me. I could feel his breath on my neck. The projector turned off. The screen went black. I was alone, but as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A name scrawled in the dust on the floor. Marcus. I left that night and never returned. I quit my job the very next day, but sometimes, I swear I can still hear the hum of the projectors calling me back. My name is Lucy, and I've always loved the quiet, serene atmosphere of old theaters. That was until I encountered something in the abandoned cinema downtown, a place I was hired to clean up. The building had been empty for years. The owner had passed away, and the theater had been left to rot. The seats were torn, the screens covered in dust, and the air was thick with the scent of mildew. But there was something haunting about it, the kind of beauty that makes you feel both drawn and terrified at the same time. One evening, I was hired to clean the theater before it was to be auctioned off. I arrived at dusk, the golden light casting eerie shadows across the broken floorboards. The air was still, except for the faint sound of the wind rattling through the cracks. I began with the main hall, sweeping up the debris and wiping the layers of grime from the seats. As I worked, I noticed that the rows of seats seemed wrong. They weren't arranged in the usual pattern. They were spaced too far apart, and some of them appeared to be facing the walls instead of the screen. Shaking off the odd feeling, I continued my work, but then something strange happened. The projector in the corner of the room turned on by itself. The faint click of the film reel starting up echoed through the theater, followed by the sound of a distant melody, soft, haunting, and almost familiar. Curious, I walked toward the projector. The screen flickered, and an old black and white film began to play. It wasn't a movie I recognized, but it didn't matter. The longer I watched, the more it felt like I was being pulled into the scene. The film depicted a theater, not unlike the one I was standing in. The seats were full of people, their faces blurry and out of focus. But the longer I looked, the more I realized none of them were moving. They sat perfectly still, staring at the screen, their eyes lifeless. I turned around. The theater was empty. There was no one else in the room with me. Yet I had this strange sensation that I wasn't alone. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The film on the screen continued, showing the audience growing in size, their faces becoming clearer and clearer. The camera focused on one person, an older man, dressed in black, his face pale and gaunt. His eyes were locked on the screen, and he appeared to be smiling. A twisted grin that made my blood run cold. I felt a chill run down my spine as the man's face slowly began to turn towards the camera. His smile widened, impossibly wide, until it stretched from one side of his face to the other. And then, just as the camera zoomed in on him, his eyes locked onto mine. I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of chairs in my panic. The film stopped, and the theater went silent. I looked around again, heart racing, but this time, the seats weren't empty. They were filled by the very people from the film. They were sitting in perfect rows, facing me, their eyes wide open, their mouths frozen in those eerie grins. I ran as I bolted for the exit. The doors slammed shut in front of me. I pounded on them, shouting, but no one came. The only sound was the distant hum of the projector, still running. I was trapped, surrounded by the silent audience, staring at me as if they were waiting for the next show to begin. My name is Ben, and I thought I knew every inch of the old movie theater I worked in. The seats were worn, the curtains had long since lost their luster, but it had a charm that made it unique. The kind of place where old films were cherished, not just watched. One night, the owner, Mr. Jacobs, called me into his office. He looked troubled. "Ben, there's an old film reel in the back room. It's been sitting there for years, untouched. I don't know where it came from, but I feel, I feel like it's wrong to show it. I was curious. Old movies were always my thing, so I decided to take a look at the reel. The canister was dusty, labeled with nothing but a number, 317. No title, no description. I asked Mr. Jacobs if he knew anything about it, but he just shook his head, clearly unsettled. Despite his warning, I couldn't resist. I decided to play it. The theater was empty that night, just me, the projector, and the ancient film. As the reel began to spin, the image that appeared on the screen was grainy, black and white, just like the kind of old film I expected. But then things started to feel strange. The film seemed wrong. It was a recording of the theater itself, exactly the way it looked. The seats were filled with shadows, though no one was there. As the film progressed, the camera seemed to zoom in on something familiar. It focused on the very seat where I always sat during my breaks. But in the film, there was someone sitting in it. A person with a pale face and empty eyes. They were staring directly at the camera, or perhaps at me. I froze. This was not just an old film, it was a recording of the theater, with me in it, sitting in the exact spot I always took my breaks. I reached for the rewind button, but the projector wouldn't stop. The film kept playing. The shadowy figure on the screen began to move. Its limbs twisted unnaturally, like it was being controlled by some unseen force. The figure slowly stood up and began to walk down the aisle, getting closer and closer to the camera, and to me. I turned around, expecting to see the figure in the theater with me, but no one was there. I turned back to the screen, my heart pounding. The figure was now at the edge of the screen, its eyes locked onto mine. Then, something impossible happened. The screen flickered, and I saw my own face staring back at me, pale, wide-eyed and terrified. I stumbled back, the reel spinning out of control. I tried to shut it off, but nothing worked. The figure in the film began to speak, though its voice was distorted and distant. "Ben, you're part of the show now." Before I knew it, the figure lunged out of the screen, grabbing me by the shoulders. I screamed, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the endless loop of the film, the same scene, playing over and over, with me trapped in it, forever. My name is Evelyn, and I've worked as a projectionist for as long as I can remember. It's not glamorous work, but I love it. There's something magical about seeing a film come to life on the big screen, even if most people don't appreciate the behind-the-scenes magic. A few weeks ago, I was hired to work the night shift at an old theater on the outskirts of town. The building was historic, run down, but still holding on to its charm. The owner, a quiet man named Mr. Parsons, was a bit eccentric, but seemed harmless enough. He welcomed me with a polite handshake and told me, "We don't get many visitors these days, but I'm sure you'll enjoy the peacefulness of the place." I wasn't worried about the lack of customers. In fact, I found it peaceful. The smell of stale popcorn, the hum of the old projector, the flickering of the film, it was calming, but something felt off. Every time I loaded a new reel into the projector, the images on the screen seemed slightly different from what I remembered from the last film. One night, I stayed late after finishing my usual shift, curious to see what was in the film canisters I hadn't yet opened. The lights in the theater flickered as I popped the lid off the first reel. It wasn't one of the usual old films they showed. It was black and white, grainy, and unmarked. Something told me not to watch it, but I put it in the projector anyway. The first frame appeared on the screen, a close-up of an empty chair in the middle of the theater. The next frame showed the chair with a shadow sitting in it. Then another shot, this time from the back of the theater, showing a figure in the seat. My heart skipped a beat. I paused the projector, feeling uneasy, but when I tried to rewind the film, it wouldn't budge. The reel spun faster and faster, and the images on the screen began to distort. The figure in the chair grew clearer. It was a man, but his face was too blurry to make out. Suddenly, the image on the screen changed. It wasn't a film anymore. It was the actual theater, showing me sitting in the projection booth. My skin went cold. I saw myself exactly as I was looking at the screen in disbelief. The figure on the chair now had a face. His eyes were hollow. His skin rotted, and his lips were stretched into a grotesque grin. He stared at me through the screen, his gaze piercing through the fabric of reality. The whisper started softly, but it grew louder and more frantic. "You're next," it hissed. I rushed to turn off the projector, but it wouldn't stop. The reel kept spinning on its own, showing images of me walking out of the booth, down the aisles, and into the seat in the front row. The figure's grin widened, and I could hear his breath, ragged and labored, as though he were sitting right beside me. Panic set in. I grabbed the film reel and yanked it from the projector. Silence fell over the theater, but when I turned to leave, I froze. There, sitting in the front row, was the same figure from the film. He was real. His hollow eyes glared at me, and his mouth stretched into that same terrifying smile. I ran, but the doors wouldn't open. I turned around, and the figure was closer now, standing at the top of the aisle. His grin grew wider, and then he spoke. His voice was a low, guttural rasp. "You're part of the show now, Evelyn. I've been trapped in this theater ever since." The film reel never stops spinning. Every time the lights flicker, I hear him behind me, whispering my name. As I sit in the front row with all the other lost souls who've watched the film and never escaped. My name is Tom, and I'm a film historian. I work at a small, obscure library that houses old cinema archives. Over the years, I've come across some fascinating films, forgotten gems, long-lost reels of classic cinema. But there was one that I wish I had never found. It was tucked away in the farthest corner of the library, hidden behind several dusty boxes. The film reel was sealed in a plain metal case, without any label or markings. The moment I saw it, something felt wrong, like it didn't belong. The film wasn't listed in the catalog, and no one seemed to know anything about it. Naturally, my curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to watch it. I set up the projector late one evening, when the library was closed, and began the screening. At first it seemed like a typical black and white silent film from the early 1920s. The story was simple, about a man who enters an old, abandoned theater and begins to explore the hidden rooms. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it, but as the film progressed, I noticed something strange. The man on screen wasn't just an actor, he was moving unnaturally, as though he was aware of the camera. At first I thought it was just part of the film's art direction, but it became more unsettling as the story unfolded. The man's gaze began to fixate directly on the camera, his eyes wide, almost pleading, as the man explored the theater. The scenes grew darker, more distorted. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows deeper, the sound of creaking doors and rustling whispers becoming louder. It was as if the theater was alive, and something was waiting for him. The more I watched, the more I realized it wasn't a film about a man exploring a theater. It was a man trapped inside the film, trying to escape. I tried to stop the reel, but the projector jammed. The film continued playing on its own, the images flashing quicker, the man's expression growing more desperate. His movements were jerky, frantic, as though he was trapped within the frames, desperately trying to reach the audience. Then, as he turned towards the camera, his lips parted, and he whispered one word: "Help." The screen flickered, and the image distorted. The man on the screen reached out his hand, and for a moment, I thought he was going to pull me into the film itself. I yanked the plug, and the film stopped. The projector shut off, and the room fell into an eerie silence. My hands were trembling. I turned to the screen, half expecting to see the man staring back at me. But the screen was black. The reel was completely blank when I checked it. No images, no footage, just empty film. I've never told anyone about that night, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the library late at night, I hear faint whispers and feel eyes watching me from the shadows. And every time, I wonder, was it just a film, or was I the one trapped inside it? My name is Lucas, and I've always been fascinated by cinema. I work as a cinematographer on independent films, struggling to make a name for myself in the industry. One night, I was offered a mysterious opportunity that seemed like a dream come true, to work on a legendary director's final project. The director was reclusive, rarely seen by anyone. His films were groundbreaking, yet no one knew where he'd gone after his last movie years ago. Rumor had it that his obsession with perfecting the art led him to disappear, and some whispered that he was dead. But one fateful night, I received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was gravelly, old, and haunting. "I need you for my last film," the director said. "Meet me at my studio, and bring your skills. Time is running out." The studio was located in a forgotten part of town, nestled between decaying buildings. When I arrived, the place looked like something out of a nightmare, a massive, empty building, its windows boarded up. The door creaked as I stepped inside, and the musty smell of old film reels filled the air. I was greeted by a lone man, hunched over a desk filled with storyboards and cameras. His face was gaunt, pale, and his eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "You're here. Good," he rasped, standing up. "We've got much to do." He handed me a script, its pages yellowed and worn. The story was simple at first. A group of filmmakers trying to finish a documentary about a haunted location. But the more I read, the stranger the script became. The lines of dialogue seemed to change every time I read them. The setting of the haunted location was described differently, and scenes shifted, becoming more sinister and surreal. I started to feel uneasy, but the director insisted we begin immediately. As we filmed, the set grew more bizarre. The lighting flickered, casting unnatural shadows. The air became colder, and I could hear faint whispers between takes. When I looked at the footage on the monitor, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figures in the background, previously empty. Spaces began to move, and figures with ghostly faces appeared, staring directly at the camera. "Don't worry," the director said, not looking at me. "It's part of the process. We're capturing the truth of this place. The spirits are becoming part of the film." As the night wore on, I began to feel like I wasn't just working on a film. It was as if I had entered the story itself. The walls seemed to warp, the lights began to buzz and hum, and a feeling of dread settled over me. The air grew thick with something dark, something ancient. At one point, I looked away from the camera, and there, standing in the corner of the room, was the director, or at least, it looked like him. His skin had turned translucent, his eyes sunken. The ghostly version of him grinned at me, his lips pulling back in an eerie smile. Then he whispered, "I never left." The real director had vanished. Panicked, I tried to escape, but the door was locked. The set had transformed into a labyrinth, twisting and turning with no way out. The monitors showed images of the studio, but they were distorted, showing figures that weren't there before, flickering in and out of existence. I ran, but no matter which direction I went, I ended up back in the same place. Then, I heard the sound of a film reel spinning, the haunting voice of the director speaking again. "You're part of it now. I've never left the studio. I'm still here, trapped in his final film, a ghost behind the camera. And every night, I hear the whispers of the crew as the lights flicker and the film continues to play, showing things that were never meant to be seen." My name is Sarah, and I used to work at a small independent cinema. It wasn't the most glamorous job, but I loved the atmosphere, the smell of popcorn, the hum of the projector, the dim lights. The theater was always quiet, with only a handful of loyal moviegoers. But there was one thing I never expected, a movie that was never meant to be shown. It was a Wednesday night, when the manager came up to me and handed me a film reel with no label, just a plain white wrapper. He told me it was a special, rare screening for a select group of people. He'd received a mysterious email, and this film was to be shown only at midnight. No exceptions. He insisted that I play it, no matter what. Something about it felt off, but I couldn't say no. As the clock struck midnight, I loaded the reel into the projector. The film started without a sound at first, just blackness. Then, slowly, images began to appear on the screen. It was a series of seemingly random shots: an old, abandoned house, a flickering streetlight, an empty room with a single chair. Nothing made sense, but I couldn't look away. The silence was unbearable. There were no sounds or voices, just the eerie visuals. As the scenes continued, I started to notice something strange. In every frame, there was a shadow lurking just out of focus. It moved ever so slightly, as if watching me. My heart raced, and I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. But then, the footage changed. The shadow in the background became clearer. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It was a figure, moving closer to the camera. I looked up at the projection booth, but everything was dark. The machine hummed softly, but there was no one around. The figure on screen began to take shape. It was a person, wearing a tattered suit, their face obscured by shadows. As it stepped closer, I could see the outline of its eyes, empty black holes, staring directly into the camera. And then, the figure spoke. "You shouldn't be watching this." I froze. The voice was clear, coming from the screen, but there was no one in the theater except me. I reached for the control panel to stop the film, but my hands were shaking. Too much. The figure on the screen stepped forward, closer and closer, until it was right in front of the camera. Suddenly, the room around me began to grow cold. I looked around, and I swear I could hear faint whispers, as if people were speaking from the darkness. The figure reached out towards the screen, its fingers elongating, stretching out of the frame, into the theater. I tried to scream, but my voice wouldn't come. The figure's hand passed through the screen and touched the glass of the projector. And then everything went black. I woke up the next morning in the theater, the projector running, and the reel still playing. The room was empty. I checked the film, but it had burned out, completely ruined. There was nothing left to show. I never saw the manager again. No one talked about that night, but every now and then, when the theater is empty, I can still hear those whispers, and I know that whatever was on that screen, it's still watching. My name is Eliza, and I had always been fascinated by classic cinema. That's why, when I heard about the reopening of the legendary Sterling Theater, I couldn't resist. The place had been closed for decades, ever since a terrible accident occurred during a midnight screening. They said the film that played that night had cursed the theater, but I didn't believe in such superstitions. It was just an old story. After all, I was one of the few who showed up for the grand reopening. As I walked in, the old velvet seats, the grand chandelier above, and the faded posters brought back a sense of nostalgia. But something about the place felt off. The air was thick, and the faint smell of old popcorn and dust clung to everything. I took a seat in the middle of the theater, eager for the show to begin. As the lights dimmed, I felt a chill in the air. The screen flickered to life, and the opening credits rolled. But it wasn't a classic film I had expected to see. It was a new release. The title was The Silent Screen, and the cast looked unfamiliar. The movie started, showing a woman entering a cinema. She sat down, much like I had, and watched the screen. But then, things took a strange turn. The woman on the screen began to notice that she was no longer alone in the theater. The seats were occupied by empty figures, their faces blank and lifeless. Staring at her, I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. My eyes darted around the room, but I couldn't see anyone else. The theater seemed empty, despite being full. When I entered, then the woman on the screen turned to the camera, her eyes wide with terror. "They're here," she whispered. "They're all around me." A soft rustling sound echoed in the theater. I froze, my heart racing. It sounded like someone was moving in the row behind me. I turned slowly, but there was nothing there. The screen flickered again, and now the woman was walking down the aisles of the theater. I watched, entranced, as the shadows around her stretched longer, more sinister. She turned to face the camera, her voice trembling as she said, "There's no escape." The theater grew colder. I shivered and looked around. The empty seats now seemed to loom closer. A figure was sitting just 2 rows behind me, its face pale and featureless, like a shadow carved out of light. I stood up, ready to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. My body felt frozen in place, as if the screen had taken hold of me. The whispers around the room grew louder. The figures on the screen were no longer still, they were moving, walking toward her dot, and then, with a final chilling scream, the woman on the screen vanished. The theater plunged into darkness. When the lights flickered back on, I was still sitting in my seat, my hands clutching the armrests. The theater was empty. There were no other patrons, no staff, just the empty, lifeless chairs, all facing the screen. I quickly grabbed my bag and rushed out, my heart pounding. But as I stepped outside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The Sterling Theater was gone. Only the sign remained, now broken and flickering in the dark. And on the screen, in the theater, a new message appeared. "You're next." My name is Alex, and I had always dreamed of working at a movie theater. When I landed a job as a projectionist at the old downtown cinema, I thought it was the start of something great. The theater had been around for decades, and despite its age, it still had a loyal following. Most people just came for the films. But I soon learned there was much more to this place than meets the eye. The theater was known for showing rare, hard-to-find films, many of them from the golden age of cinema. But there was one film that no one spoke of, The Black Reel. It was said to be a cursed film, and no one had seen it in years. The rumors about it were dark, and the previous projectionists warned me never to play it. But one night, curiosity got the best of me. I was the only one in the building that night. The usual crowd had already left, and I had the place all to myself. As I walked into the projection room, I noticed the dusty box on the shelf. It was labeled The Black Reel. I hesitated, but I couldn't resist. I loaded the film into the projector and hit play. The images on the screen flickered to live-fold, grainy footage of a small town. The people in the film seemed oddly lifeless, their expressions vacant. It felt wrong, like something was lurking just beyond the camera's reach. As the film continued, I started to feel uneasy. The images began to distort, the people on screen moving in unnatural ways. Then, in the corner of the screen, a figure appeared. It was barely visible, just a shadow, but it was watching, waiting. I tried to turn the projector off, but the switch wouldn't work. Panic set in as the shadow on the screen grew larger, closer. The sound in the theater became muffled, like I was underwater. My heart raced as the figure on the screen started to move toward the camera, its eyes locked on mine. Suddenly, the screen went black. The projector kept running, but there was nothing but silence. I rushed over to the machine and tried to stop it. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the controls, but just as I was about to turn it off, I heard a whisper, soft but clear. "You're not supposed to watch." I froze. The voice came from behind me. Slowly, I turned around. A man was standing in the doorway. His face was pale, his eyes empty like he hadn't blinked in years. His clothes were old-fashioned, like something from the 1920s. He stepped forward, his voice rasping as he spoke again. "You should have never played it." Before I could move, he lunged at me, his cold, clammy hands wrapping around my throat. I struggled, but my body wouldn't respond. The darkness of the room closed in, and the last thing I saw before everything went black was the flickering screen, showing a single frame of a smiling figure, a projectionist. When I woke up, the theater was silent, and the projector had stopped. The man was gone. I stumbled out of the projection room, my hand still shaking. But when I looked up at the screen, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The credits of the black reel were still rolling, and at the very end, a name appeared: Alex, the last projectionist. "My name is Eric, and I work the night shift at Kingpin Bowling Alley. It's an old place, barely staying in business, and no one ever comes in after midnight, or at least, no one living. Last Friday, around 2 a.m., I was cleaning up when the lane screens flickered. A name appeared on lane 6. Graham. There was no one in the building but me. The ball return rumbled, spitting out a single black bowling ball. My breath hitched. Kingpin had a story on Urban Legend, really about a man named Graham who bowled a perfect game just before he vanished without a trace. Some say his body was never found. Others claim he's still here, playing frame after frame in an endless loop. I told myself it was just a glitch. I had two choices: ignore it and leave, or watch. Morbid curiosity won. The ball rolled down the lane, slow and deliberate. No one had thrown it, but it moved anyway. It struck the pins a strike. The machine reset, and the screen updated too. Frame 2. I watched as the game played itself. Frame 3, frame 4. Every shot was perfect, but as the frames progressed, the atmosphere changed. The lights dimmed, the air turned stale. I heard something faint, a whispering sound, just behind me. Frame 7. The whispers grew louder. My hands clenched around the mop handle. The lane's wood looked warped, like something beneath it was pressing upward. Frame 9. The screen flickered again, this time displaying a message: "Join me." I turned to run, but the floor was sticky, like something was holding me in place. The final frame played. The ball rolled, slower this time, like it was dragging something with it. As it hit the pins, a shape emerged from the ball return. A figure. His skin was gray, stretched too tight over his skull. His eyes were empty sockets, his mouth frozen. In an unnatural grin, the name on the screen changed. "Welcome, Eric." Frame 1. I bolted. The exit door wouldn't budge. My reflection in the window wasn't mine, it was his. I did the only thing I could. I grabbed a ball and threw it down the lane. My hands shook, but I aimed straight. A strike. The figure stopped. The lights flickered. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything was normal again. The lane screen reset. The name was gone. The ball return was empty. I ran home that night and never went back. But last night, outside my apartment, I saw something. A single black bowling ball, and it was rolling toward my door. My name is Aaron, and I worked the late shift at a gas station near an old rest stop. This place had seen better days: grimy floors, flickering lights, and a single, outdated pump. Most nights, I'd spend the hours staring out the window, watching the trucks and cars roll by. But one night, something was different. It was 2:45 a.m., and I had just finished cleaning the counter when I saw a car pull into the lot. It was an old, rusted minivan, the kind you'd expect to see abandoned somewhere. I didn't think much of it until I noticed a man inside. He was hunched over the wheel, his face hidden by the shadows. But what caught my attention was the strange fog surrounding the van. It was as if the fog was following the vehicle, creeping along the ground, swirling in the cold night air. I watched as the man got out. walking toward the station with a slow, deliberate pace. He didn't make any sound. No footsteps, no rustling of clothes. It was like he was floating. He walked past me without a word and headed straight for the restroom. The door creaked as he entered. I stared at the door for a while. Something wasn't right. I went to check the security monitor to see if the van was still there, but when I checked, it was gone, and the restroom door was wide open. I stood frozen, unable to move. The hairs on my neck stood on end. Then the restroom door slammed shut. I rushed over, banging on it, but no one answered. The air smelled of something familiar but wrong, like a mixture of old leather and rotting wood. I pulled the door open. The man wasn't inside, but what I found in the corner sent chills down my spine. The floor was covered in footprints that led nowhere, and there, in the farthest corner, was a single red-handled knife lying on the ground. I ran outside to look for the van. It was parked across the lot, but no one was inside. I haven't gone back to that gas station since, and every time I pass that old rest stop, I swear I can see the van in my rearview mirror, but it's always gone before I can turn around. My name is Zoe, and I worked a late shift at a remote gas station off the highway. The station was nothing special, just a small building with a couple of pumps, but it had something strange about it. It wasn't until I started working there that I noticed the red sign. It was on the back wall of the station, barely visible unless you were looking for it. It read, "Keep your distance." I never thought much of it, just a weird, old sign. Until one night, around 3:30 a.m., a car pulled in, a black sedan, quiet. Too quiet for a car that old. It wasn't making the usual sounds. The engine sounded like it was running on fumes. The driver didn't get out, just sat there, staring at the pump. I thought it was odd, but maybe he was just waiting for the gas to finish. I went back inside to check the register, but when I looked up, I saw something. The driver was no longer in the car. The door was still open, but there was no one around. I stepped outside, cautiously walking toward the vehicle. The air was thick, heavy, like something was pressing down on me. As I got closer to the sedan, I saw the driver's seat was empty, but there was something strange in the back. A red glow. It came from behind the tinted windows, casting an eerie light on the pavement. I backed away, my heart racing. Just then, I heard the door behind me creak open. I spun around. Then the driver was standing there. His face was completely shrouded in shadow, but I could make out one thing. His eyes were glowing red dot, like the light in the back of the car. He didn't say anything, just walked past me, his steps silent on the asphalt. And then, as he reached the red sign on the back wall, he disappeared. I ran back inside, slamming the door shut. The red light from the car still flickered in my mind. I called my boss the next morning, told him I was quitting. He didn't say much, just told me to stay away from the red sign. I never went back to that gas station, but sometimes, when I drive by, I swear I see the red glow from the back of the building, and I hear that voice, low and cold. Keep your distance. My name is Lily, and I worked the graveyard shift at a small, run-down gas station on the edge of town. Nothing ever really happened there until that night. It was 4:13 a.m., and the station had been empty for over an hour. The usual few cars had stopped, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was just about to start cleaning the counter when I saw headlights in the distance. A black SUV pulled up to pump 3. The kind of vehicle you don't expect to see at a small station like this. The driver was a man in his late 50s, tall, wearing a leather jacket. He stepped out, his boots making a hollow thud on the pavement. I waved, but he didn't wave back. He didn't even look at me. He just walked straight to the pump, as if he'd been here before. I watched him as I wiped down the counter, but something felt off. The air was thick. I glanced up and saw he wasn't pumping gas. The nozzle was still in its holder, but the screen at the pump was flickering, numbers running faster than they should have been, the gas flowing into nothing. My heart skipped. "A beat, sir," I called out, walking toward him. "Are you okay?" He didn't turn around, just kept staring at the pump, his hands gripping the nozzle. I was about to go outside to check on him when I heard the clink of a coin hitting the counter. I turned around. The man was standing behind me. He was so close I could feel his breath on my neck. I jumped back. "I don't need gas." His voice was low, almost a whisper, but I heard it clear as day. "Then why are you here?" I asked. He smiled, a slow, cruel smile. "To make sure you never leave." And just like that, he was gone. I rushed outside to find the pump still running, but the SUV was gone. The parking lot was empty. I checked the security footage. The man had never been there. The station had been empty the whole night. I quit right then, but every time I close my eyes, I see his smile, and sometimes I hear his whisper echoing in the back of my mind. "You're still here." My name is Chris, and I used to work at a gas station off Highway 16. It wasn't a great job, but it paid the bills. The station had one rule: do not enter the storage room after midnight. I always thought it was some weird superstition, until the night I broke the rule. It was 2:27 a.m. when I heard something knocking from inside the storage room. A slow, deliberate tap 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 against the metal door. I froze. The station was empty. No one had come in for the last hour. Maybe it was a rat, or the wind. Then it knocked again, 3 times, louder, stronger. I grabbed the store keys, my heart hammering. I had worked here for over a year, and nothing had ever happened before. So I unlocked the door and opened it. The room was empty, just rows of shelves, stacks of toilet paper, cleaning supplies. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the air felt wrong, thick, heavy, like the whole room was pressing in on me. I stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, grabbing the handle. It wouldn't budge. Then I heard it, breathing right behind me, long, slow, rattling breaths. I turned. There was someone standing in the corner. No, not someone, something. Its body was thin, too long for a human. Its arms hung limp at its sides, fingers twitching. Its face was covered in shadows, but I could feel its eyes watching me. Then it moved, not like a person, more like glitching video footage. 1 second, it was across the room. The next it was right in front of me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. Then it reached for me, cold. Bony fingers brushed my throat, and then the door flew open. I stumbled back into the gas station, gasping for air. The storage room was pitch black, darker than it should have been. Then the door slammed shut on its own. The knocking never came back. But sometimes, when I pass an empty hallway, hear breathing, and a slow, deliberate knock. My name is Jack, and I used to work at a 24-hour gas station just outside the city. It was the kind of place where time seemed to stretch, where every night felt longer than the one before. One night, at exactly 3 a.m., a man walked in. I remember, because the old wall clock above the coffee machine froze the second he stepped inside. Tick. Then nothing. He was tall, with messy blonde hair, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. He looked normal enough until he spoke. "Pump 5. His voice was off, like it had been run through a broken speaker. Too deep, too slow. I rang him up, but when I went to hand him his change, his hand passed right through mine. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The man didn't move, just stared at me with gray, empty eyes. Then he was gone, just disappeared. I looked at the security monitors. The store was empty, but outside, the gas pump screen at pump 5 was still running, numbers climbing. It was pumping gas into nothing. The hose dangled in midair, fuel spilling onto the ground. But there was no car, no sound, no wind, just the sickly smell of gasoline. And then the smell changed. Gasoline turned to something rotten, something dead. I ran outside and shut off the pump, my fingers shaking. The second the gas stopped flowing, the power cut out. Total darkness. No streetlights, no hum of the refrigerators inside. Just the deep, crushing silence of the night. Then a whisper, right behind me. "You forgot my change." I spun around. There was no one there, but the money I had been holding, the crumpled bills I had tried to hand him, they were gone. The lights flickered back on, the clock above the coffee machine ticking again 3:01 a.m. The whole thing had lasted 1 minute. I quit the next day, but every now and then, at 3 o'clock, I wake up to the sound of a gas pump running outside my window, and I smell rotting gasoline. My name is Ethan, and I used to work the night shift at a gas station just outside of town. It was a dead-end job, the kind where nothing happened until one night, something did. It started at 2:13 a.m. I remember because I had just checked the clock when the bathroom light flickered on its own. Then I saw him, a man, standing by the glass door, staring inside. He was tall, thin, and bald, dressed in a filthy button-up shirt. His eyes were too wide, almost like he wasn't sure how to blink. I stood frozen behind the counter. He didn't try to come inside, didn't move at all, just stared. Then I noticed his reflection in the glass. It wasn't right. His real body stood still, but his reflection was grinning. A wide, unnatural grin. And then it moved. Not him, just the reflection. It tilted its head, the smile stretching wider, teeth too sharp, too perfect. I took a step back. The reflection took a step forward. I grabbed the station phone and dialed 911, my fingers shaking. The second I hit call, the power cut out. The store went black. The fridges stopped humming. The only light came from the glow of the gas pumps outside. And in that light, the man was gone, but his reflection was still there, grinning. And then Nit stepped through the glass. I ran, bolted into the back room, slamming the door shut. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pressed against it, waiting. Then I heard it, a whisper. "Let me in, Ethan. You already did once." I don't remember how long I stayed in there, but when I finally stepped out, the gas station was empty. Only one thing was different. The security mirror above the counter was cracked like something had crawled through it. I quit that night, but sometimes, when I pass by a dark window, I see him, and he's always grinning. My name is Logan, and I used to work the late shift at a small gas station off Interstate 22, the kind of place no one stops at unless they're desperate. One night, around 1:45 a.m., a woman pulled up to Pump 9 in a silver sedan. She didn't come inside, just stood there, staring at the pump, her long brown hair hanging over her face. I waited for her to start fueling up, but she never moved. After a minute, I stepped outside. "Need some help, ma'am?" She didn't respond. As I got closer, I noticed something weird. Her hands were shaking. Her fingers twitched like she was trying to move but couldn't. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Then she slowly turned her head, and I swear to God her face was wrong. Her mouth was too wide, stretched into a painful grin. Her eyes were black holes, too deep, too empty. And then she spoke, not in words, in a voice that sounded like gasoline, bubbling inside a metal canister. I stumbled back, heart pounding. That's when I noticed something even worse. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering. I bolted inside, locking the doors. My hands were shaking as I grabbed the phone to call the police. But when I looked back outside, she was gone. The silver sedan still sat at Pump 9, but the driver's seat was empty. Cops arrived 20 minutes later. They checked the security footage. The sedan had pulled up on its own. No one was inside. I quit that same night. But sometimes, when I pass an empty gas station on a lonely highway, I see a silver sedan parked at a pump and a woman standing next to it, waiting. My name is Tyler, and I used to work the graveyard shift at a gas station way out on Route 7. There wasn't much traffic, just the occasional trucker or lost traveler looking for directions. It was quiet, boring even, until one night, it was 4 a.m., and I was halfway through my shift when an old beat-up RV pulled up to pump 4. It was one of those vintage models, the kind that looked like it belonged in a horror movie. I waited for someone to step out. No one did. 5 minutes passed. The RV just sat there, its engine humming, headlights on. I stepped outside, shivering in the cold. "Need some help?" I called. No response. I knocked on the driver's side window. It was ice-cooled. Through the glass, I could barely make out the driver, a pale, thin man with a blank expression. He didn't blink, didn't even move. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The passenger seat. There was someone sitting there, only they weren't human. The figure was draped in shadows. It shaped vaguely human, but wrong. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and even in the darkness, I could tell its eyes were open, watching me. I stumbled back. That's when I saw the door handle slowly turn. Screw this. I ran back inside, locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone to call the cops, but before I could dial, the power cut out. The station went pitch black. The hum of the fridges died. The buzzing of the lights was gone, and outside, the RV was gone, just gone. No engine sound, no headlights disappearing down the road, just empty space where it had been. I didn't work another shift after that, but sometimes, late at night, I see headlights in my rearview mirror, a beat-up RV following too close, and when I pull over to let it pass, it never does. My name is Ethan, and I used to work the night shift at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. It was one of those places that barely saw a handful of cars between midnight and dawn. Hollow Point gas had been around for decades, a relic from a forgotten time, surrounded by miles of dense forest. One night, around 2:30 a.m., I was restocking the fridge when I heard the ding of the door chime. I turned to greet the customer, but no one was there. The automatic glass doors had slid open, but the station was empty. The only sound was the humming of the fluorescent lights and the faint rustling of trees outside. I stepped to the counter and peered out. A black sedan sat at pump 3. Its engine was off, headlights still shining, but no one was inside. I waited for a minute, expecting someone to step out. When no one did, I grabbed the flashlight and walked outside. The air was heavy, carrying the scent of rain-soaked asphalt. As I approached the sedan, a chill ran down my spine. The driver's side door was open, but the car was empty. I shined my flashlight inside. The leather seats were pristine, not a single item inside. No wallet, no phone, no signs of struggle. But as I moved my beam toward the rear seat, I saw something that made my breath hitch. A handprint. A wet, smeared handprint on the inside of the window, as if someone had pressed against it from within. I stepped back, heart hammering. A movement in my peripheral vision caught my eye. A figure stood near the edge of the tree line. It was tall, unnaturally thin, and completely motionless. The darkness obscured most of its features, but I could make out hollow eyes staring right at me. I scrambled back toward the station, slamming the door shut and locking it. I killed the lights inside, hoping whatever was out there wouldn't see me. Minutes passed, maybe more. My breaths were shaky as I crouched behind the counter, gripping my phone. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency? I tried to speak, but a loud thump against the glass doors made me freeze. My phone slipped from my grasp, clattering onto the floor. Slowly, I peeked over the counter, the thing was standing just outside. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, elongated fingers pressed against the glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, muttering under my breath, hoping it would go away. But then, the lights flickered back on, and it was inside. I don't remember much after that. Only darkness, screaming, cold fingers wrapping around my throat. I woke up hours later. Daylight had broken. The station looked untouched. No broken glass, no handprints, no black sedan. My phone was back on the counter, displaying a missed call from 911. I quit that same day, but sometimes, late at night, when I drive past that old station, I swear, I see someone watching me from the tree line. My name is Derek, and for 5 years, I worked the night shift at a gas station off Highway 14, the kind of place truckers stopped for coffee, and drifters came through looking for a bathroom. One night, at around 3 a.m., a car rolled up to pump 6. It was an old, rusted station wagon, headlights dim, engine rattling. A man stepped out tall, wiry, with sunken eyes. He wore a black hoodie, but something about him felt ... off. He didn't come inside, didn't even grab the pump. He just stood there, staring at the station. I watched him from behind the counter. At first, I figured he was just another weirdo, passing through. But then he did something that made my stomach drop. He waved, not the casual kind. A slow, deliberate wave, like he knew me. I didn't wave back. The cameras weren't working that night. They never did when something weird happened. So I grabbed my phone to snap a picture, but the moment I lifted it, the man was gone. I stepped to the window, my breath fogging up the glass. The station wagon was still there, idling. The driver's side door was open, but the man, nowhere. Then I heard a soft tapping behind me. I spun around. The cooler doors were fogged up, condensation, dripping. But on the glass, just above the beer section, was a handprint, a fresh one. I backed toward the counter, my heart pounding. I had locked the doors. There was no way he got inside. Then the automatic doors slid open, and he walked in. Only it wasn't him. The thing wearing his hoodie had no face, just smooth, featureless skin where eyes, nose, and a mouth should have been. It tilted its head, like it was trying to figure me out. Then it spoke, but not in words, in static, like an old radio cutting, in and out, hissing and warping. I bolted for the back room, slamming the door shut and locking it. My breathing was ragged as I pressed against it, listening. Silence, then a whisper. "You left me there, Derek." I don't know how long I stayed in that room. But when I finally got the courage to step out, the gas station was empty, the wagon gone. Only one thing was left behind, a note on the counter, written in shaky, smeared handwriting. "Next time, don't leave the door open." I quit that morning. Never went back. But sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, my radio crackles, and I hear my own name. My name is Sarah, and I've never been particularly superstitious. Sure, I'd heard the stories about haunted houses and creepy neighbors, but I never thought they'd be real until I moved into the old house on Moss Street. It wasn't the most charming place. It was a bit run down, a fixer-upper, but it was affordable, and I needed somewhere to stay. The house had a reputation, sure. It had been abandoned for years, and the neighbors would always give me strange looks when I mentioned it, but I brushed it off. There was no way those old rumors could be true, right? At first, everything seemed fine. The creaky floors, the cold spots, they were just the house settling, I thought. But then, the knocking started. It began a week after I moved in. Around midnight, I'd hear a knock at the front door. Just a single, loud thump. I'd rush to check, but no one would be there. The first few times, I assumed it was a mistake, maybe someone knocking on the wrong door. But as the nights went on, The knocks grew more persistent, louder, harder, more demanding. The thing was, I never saw anyone when I opened the door. There was never a person standing outside, just the empty street. One night, I decided to wait and see. I sat by the door, watching the clock, counting down the minutes until midnight. Sure enough, when the clock struck 12, there it was, the knock. I stood up, slowly, and grabbed a flashlight. As I reached for the door handle, the knock came again, louder this time, almost as if it was coming from inside the house. I froze. The knock came from the back door. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved to the back of the house. The door was locked, just like I'd left it. I could hear breathing, heavy, uneven breaths, like someone was just on the other side, waiting. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. Instead, I crept back upstairs, locking the bedroom door behind me. That night, the knocking didn't stop. It came from every door in the house, one by one, as if something was walking from room to room, trying to get in. The next morning, I checked every door, every window, but nothing seemed out of place. A week passed, and the knocking returned, but this time, it wasn't just at midnight. It was at all hours, morning, afternoon, night, always the same knock. Always at the door, always when I was alone. It never stopped. I called the police, but when they arrived, they found nothing. No fingerprints, no signs of forced entry. They thought I was just imagining things then. One night I saw it, the figure. It was standing in the window, a shadow, tall and thin, with long arms. It didn't knock, it just stared. I've moved out now, but every night, I hear that same knock. Knock, 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 in my dreams, on my windows, in my mind. I don't know who or what it was, but I'm sure of one thing. It's still out there, and it's still knocking. My name is Liam, and I used to think I knew what fear was. I watched horror movies, read scary stories, and thought I could handle anything. That was before I moved into my new house on Wright Street. I got a great deal on the place. The house was old, but it had character, and it was spacious. I was excited to start fresh, but from the moment I moved in, something felt off. The first night, I noticed the stairs. The house had an old staircase that creaked every time I walked up or down. Nothing too strange about it, right? But every time I was on the stairs, I felt something was watching me from behind. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then it happened. I saw the shadow. I was coming down the stairs one evening when I glanced at the top, and there, in the dim light, I saw the outline of a figure standing at the top of the stairs. It was tall, but its features were blurred, like a shadow that didn't belong. I froze, my heart pounded, but I told myself it was just a trick of the light. The next day, I checked the stairs again. The house was empty, quiet. No one else had moved in yet. But that night, the shadow returned. It was darker, more defined, standing right at the top of the stairs, staring down at me. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound, but then, I heard something. A voice, faint but clear, whispering from the darkness. "Come upstairs." I bolted out of the house, and didn't return for hours. But when I came back, the shadow was gone. I thought maybe I had just been tired, seeing things. But then it happened. Again, each night, the shadow would appear, standing there at the top of the stairs, watching me, and every time, I would hear the whisper, "Come upstairs." It wasn't just a hallucination anymore. It was real, and it wanted something from me. One night, I decided to face it. I climbed the stairs, my heart racing. The air felt cold and thick as I neared the top. When I reached the final step, I turned around to face the shadow. But it wasn't just standing there anymore. The figure moved. It slowly descended the stairs, one step at a time, never taking its eyes off me. Its form was more solid now, like it was made of the darkness itself. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. As it reached the bottom of the stairs, it stopped and stood right in front of me. I could feel its cold breath on my face, but I couldn't bring myself to look directly at it. I closed my eyes and prayed for it to go away. When I opened them again, the shadow was gone. The stairs were empty. I haven't been able to stay in that house since. The shadow still follows me, even when I leave. It's always there, waiting for me to return to the stairs. My name is Ethan, and I've always been a bit of a loner. I don't mind it much. I prefer my own company, staying at home, gaming, and chatting online. I never thought it would be a problem until the texts started coming in. It all began a few months ago. I was playing a new game, completely immersed, when my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen to see a text from an unknown number. "I see you." I thought it was a prank, just someone messing around, maybe a friend of a friend, trying to get a laugh. But as the days went by, the texts kept coming. They were simple at first, almost cryptic. "Where are you right now? I know you're not alone. I can hear you breathing." At first, I didn't take it seriously. I figured it was someone trolling me, maybe using a fake number. But then they started mentioning things only I could know. "I saw you leave your apartment this morning. Nice shirt you wore to the store. You shouldn't have gone to the park last night." I couldn't ignore it anymore. I started getting paranoid, checking my locks, looking out the windows to make sure no one was lurking around. But no one was ever there. I tried blocking the number, but it didn't matter. The texts kept coming, each one more chilling than the last. "I'm behind you right now. I know what you're watching on TV. You left your front door open." I stopped going outside. I stopped using my phone, leaving it in a drawer for days at a time. But still, the texts found their way to me. No matter what I did, it felt like the stalker knew everything about me. One night, I got a text that nearly made me lose my mind. "I'm in your apartment." I froze. I had locked every door, every window. No one was supposed to be here. Panic set in as I grabbed a flashlight and started searching every room. The place was empty, not a soul in sight. But when I went to the bathroom, I found something that made my blood run cold. A note was taped to the mirror. "I told you I would be watching." The worst part, the handwriting was mine. I haven't heard from the stalker in weeks, but I can still feel their presence. I'm afraid to sleep, afraid to leave my apartment, and every time my phone buzzes, I can't help but wonder, is it them? Whoever they are, they're still out there, watching, waiting. My name is Carla, and I've always been skeptical about things like ghosts or supernatural occurrences. I used to think that people who believed in them were just scared of the unknown, but that was before I moved into my apartment. The apartment was cheap, a bit run down, but it had a great view. I could see the entire city from the large window in the living room, which was what sold me. The first few nights, everything was peaceful, but soon, strange things started happening. At night, I would wake up to the feeling of someone watching me. It wasn't just the sense of being observed, it was something more. I could feel eyes on me, staring through the darkness. I checked the locks, closed the blinds, and made sure everything was secure. Yet, that feeling never went away. Eventually, I decided to look out the window at night to see if maybe there was someone standing outside. Maybe just a passerby or a curious neighbor. The first time I checked, there was no one. The street was empty. But the next night, I saw a figure standing across the street, staring directly at my window. It was too far away for me to make out any details, but I could feel the intensity of their gaze. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just some random person. But then, every night, the figure would appear at exactly the same time, always standing in the same spot. I tried closing the blinds, but somehow, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see their silhouette through the blinds, unmoving, just staring. One night, I decided to confront the person. I opened the window and called out, "Hey, what are you doing there?" But no one answered. The figure didn't even move. I pulled the blinds down quickly, heart racing, and went back to bed. But that night, the feeling of eyes on me grew worse. It was as if the figure was right there in the room with me. The next night, I waited until I couldn't take it anymore. I opened the blinds cautiously and peered out. The figure was there again, standing perfectly still. But this time, I noticed something terrifying. It wasn't just a person. There was something wrong with their face, something that didn't make sense. Their eyes were wide open, unblinking, but their mouth was a thin line, almost stretched, too far. It didn't look human anymore. I slammed the window shut and locked it immediately. I haven't seen the figure since, but I still feel its presence sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night. I don't know who or what it was, but it's still out there, waiting for me to look again, and I won't. My name is James, and I've always believed in logic. There's an explanation for everything, right? That's what I thought, until I moved into this old house. The house was inexpensive, and I didn't think twice about it when I first saw. It had old wooden floors, creaky stairs, and an ancient smell that seemed to come from the very walls. But what drew me in the most was the spiral staircase that led up to the second floor. It was the kind of staircase that seemed to belong in a storybook, twisting upward with an almost magical allure. The first few nights, everything was normal. But then, it started. The sounds. I woke up one night to a scratching noise. It was faint, but enough to pull me out of my sleep. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. But then the noise grew louder scratching, followed by dragging. It was coming from the top of the stairs, just outside my bedroom door. I stayed completely still, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound wasn't normal, it was too deliberate, too unnatural. Then, I heard something else, a soft creaking. The floorboards of the staircase were shifting, as if something was walking up the stairs. I got out of bed, slowly creeping toward the door, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. My hand hovered over the doorknob, but before I could open it, the noise stopped. Dead silence. I opened the door and turned on the lights, hoping to see nothing. But what I saw stopped me in my tracks. At the top of the stairs, there was a shadow. Not a person, just a dark, formless mass, standing perfectly still. It didn't move, but I could feel its presence. My body went cold, and I backed away from the door without even realizing it. The shadow disappeared almost immediately, vanishing into the thin air as if it had never been there. The next few nights were even worse. The sounds returned, but this time, they weren't just confined to the stairs. Something I don't know what was pacing through the house. The scratching would come first, followed by dragging, and then whispering voices, faint but unmistakable, would fill the air. I would hear the unmistakable sound of footsteps moving up and down the stairs, but when I checked, no one was there. One night, I decided to face whatever was haunting me. I gathered all the courage I could and climbed the stairs. As I reached the top, I saw it again, the shadow, now standing directly in front of me, just beyond the railing. I tried to speak, to say something, but no words came out. I reached out to it, trembling, and as soon as my hand touched the banister, the shadow lunged forward with a deafening screech. I ran. I haven't been back to that house since. The thing on the stairs is still there, waiting. I don't know what it wants, but I'm sure of one thing: it will never let me leave. My name is Sophie, and I never thought I'd be the kind of person to get scared of a shadow in the dark. But something happened to me a few nights ago that changed everything. It was around midnight when I first noticed it. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when I saw a figure pass by the window. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was the wind, or a neighbor out for a late-night walk. But then I saw it again, this time, closer to my window. I pulled the curtains back just a bit and looked out. There was no one there. I brushed it off, trying to calm my nerves. But as the days went on, the figure returned. Every night, just after midnight, I'd see it move past the window, a shadow, tall and dark, with no distinguishing features. It moved quickly, almost too fast for me to make out, and every time I'd check, the figure was gone before I could get a clear look. I started locking my doors and windows before bed, but it didn't stop. One night, I decided to stay up, hoping to catch a glimpse of who or what it was. I watched the window for hours, holding my breath each time I heard a noise, and then, at exactly 12:15 a.m., it happened again. The figure appeared, but this time, it didn't move past the window. It stopped, right in front of the glass. I could feel its presence, like a weight in the air. Slowly, I pulled back the curtains, just enough to look, and then, my heart skipped a beat. Two eyes, glowing. They stared back at me from the darkness, unblinking and cold. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I froze, unable to move, and just when I thought I might pass out from fear, the eyes vanished. The next day, I installed motion sensors around my house, hoping it would stop whatever was happening. But that night, I saw it again. This time, the eyes were in the hallway. I woke up to the sound of breathings, low, heavy breaths, coming from the darkness just beyond my door. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but when I turned the light on, I saw nothing. And now, every night, when I lie in bed, I feel those eyes watching me, lurking in the dark. I can hear the breathing, just outside my door, waiting for the right moment. I don't know who or what is following me, but I'm starting to think it's not just a person. It's something far worse. And it's still out there, waiting. My name is Ethan, and I've always been the type of person who enjoys quiet walks at night. I find it peaceful, with the world around me almost still except for the occasional passing car or the distant hum of city lights. But a few weeks ago, everything changed. It started when I noticed someone was following me on my nightly walks. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, another walker out at the same time, taking the same path. But as the days went on, the feeling of being followed became impossible to ignore. Every time I glanced behind me, I would see no one, but I could hear footsteps steady, deliberate, just behind me. I'd speed up, and so would the footsteps. I'd slow down, and they'd match my pace. I tried turning down different streets, hoping to lose whoever it was, but no matter what, they were always there, just out of sight. Sometimes, I would hear heavy breathing mixed with the footsteps, and it sent a chill down my spine. One night, after a particularly long walk, I turned onto my street, and I finally decided to confront the shadow I felt behind me. I stopped dead in my tracks, my pulse racing. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The footsteps stopped. I stood still, listening, hoping to hear a response, but there was nothing, only silence. And then, without warning, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, but once again, there was no one there. The next night, I didn't go out. I stayed home, locking every door and window. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me around midnight. My phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. "I've been following you for weeks." I froze. My blood ran cold. There was no name, just the haunting message. The texts kept coming. They were always simple, but the words felt like ice, cutting through my nerves. "I see you. I'm getting closer." And then the worst one, "You'll never be alone again." I don't know if the person was ever really behind me that night, or if I was just imagining it. But now, every step I take feels like I'm being hunted. Every noise in the dark feels like someone is just around the corner, waiting to take that last step forward, and I know they're still following me. My name is Lily, and I live alone in a small house on the outskirts of town. It's a quiet, peaceful place where I can get away from everything. Or at least, that's what I thought. It all started a month ago when I noticed something strange. Every time I came home from work, my front door would be slightly ajar. At first, I thought I was just forgetful, but the feeling of unease began to build. I started locking everything: windows, doors, even the garage. But no matter what I did, the door would always be cracked open by just an inch dot. Then, one night, it escalated. I was sitting in my living room, watching TV, when I heard a soft knock on the window. It wasn't a loud knock, more like a tap. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly got up to look out. There was no one there. The next night, the knock came. Again. But this time, it wasn't just one tap, it was a series of fast knocks. I rushed to the window, heart racing, and pulled back the curtains. There, standing outside, was a man wearing a blank, white mask. His eyes were wide open, staring at me with a cold intensity. I stepped back, trying to steady my breath, but when I looked again, he was gone. I bolted the door and called the police. But by the time they arrived, there was no sign of anyone. They checked the area and found nothing suspicious. But I knew he was still out there. The knocks came every night after that. Sometimes they were louder, sometimes softer, and each time he was wearing that same mask. I could hear his breathing outside my window, but I never saw his face again. One night, I decided to do something about it. I waited by the window, staring into the darkness. After hours of waiting, I finally heard the familiar knock. My heart raced as I slowly pulled back the curtain, ready to confront him. But this time, there was no mask, just empty, hollow eyes staring back at me from the window. I haven't heard from him since that night, but I can't help but feel like he's still watching. Every time I go to bed, I check the windows, and every time, I wonder if he's out there, waiting. My name is James, and I never thought much of late-night calls. I'm a heavy sleeper, so a phone call in the middle of the night usually just goes unnoticed. But one call changed everything. It started 2 weeks ago. I was lying in bed, about to drift off, when my phone rang. I didn't think it was important, just some spam. I tried to ignore it, but it rang again. This time I answered. The voice on the other end was disturbingly calm. "I'm watching you." I froze. My throat tightened. I was sure it was some kind of prank, but the voice sounded so real, so chilling. I hung up. The calls kept coming. Every night, at exactly 3:33 a.m., the same voice, saying the same thing. "I'm watching you." I tried blocking the number, but the calls came from different numbers every time. One night, I decided to confront it. I answered the call again. "Who is this?" I demanded. The voice laughed. "I told you. I'm watching you, and I'll never stop." I hung up, my heart pounding in my chest. The next morning, I checked my front door. There was nothing. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something. There was a note on my doorstep. I picked it up. The note simply read, "I see you. I don't know how, but the calls have stopped for now. But every night, I still check the windows, the door, just to make sure no one's out there. Because now I know. The person who was calling wasn't just stalking me on the phone. They were already inside my life, watching me every moment, and I can't shake the feeling they're still watching." My name is Rachel, and I've always considered myself an independent woman. I live alone in a small apartment on the edge of town. It's quiet, secluded, perfect for someone who enjoys her privacy. But recently, I've been feeling, watched it. Started with small things. A shadow in the corner of my vision when I looked out my window, or the sound of footsteps in the hall when I was sure no one was there. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. One night, I decided to stay up late, watching a movie. It was around 2 a.m. when I saw it. I glanced at the window and froze. There was someone standing outside, just beyond the glass. He was looking at me. I couldn't make out his face clearly, but I could see his eyes, piercing, unblinking, staring directly at me. The man didn't move, didn't blink. It felt like hours passed before he slowly stepped back into the darkness. My heart raced, and I immediately ran to the door to lock it. But when I turned around, the window was completely clear. Nothing was there. I checked the security cameras, but there was no sign of anyone. I thought I was losing my mind. The next day, I installed better locks, reinforced everything. I was paranoid, but it didn't matter, because that night, he was back. This time, he was standing closer to the window, so close I could make out the outline of his face. He smiled at me, and it wasn't a friendly smile. It was something darker. Something that made my blood run cold. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but before I could dial, he vanished. I thought I was safe, but then, my phone buzzed. I received a text. It was a picture of me from inside my apartment, taken through the window. The message said, "I'm closer than you think. I never felt safe in my apartment again." The stalking didn't stop, and every time I look out the window, I wonder, is he watching me now? My name is Jason Porter, and I didn't believe in ghosts. I never did. When my wife, Linda, and I bought our first home, I was thrilled. It was an old Victorian house with a lot of character tall windows, a grand staircase, and a charming attic that was just waiting to be turned into a storage space. But from the moment we moved in, I began to feel watched. It started innocently enough. A door left slightly ajar when we were sure we had closed it, a light flickering in the hallway when the house was otherwise quiet. I chalked it up to settling old houses make noises, right? One afternoon, while I was cleaning out the attic, I found something strange. There was a photograph wedged between the floorboards. It was black and white, old and faded, showing a family standing in front of the house. They looked happy enough, but there was something unsettling about the way they were positioned. The family stood in front of the door, but the door was slightly open, revealing something beyond the frame. A figure, barely visible, standing just inside the house. I couldn't tell who or what it was, but I had a strange feeling in my gut. I showed the photograph to Linda, and her face drained of color. She asked where I found it. When I told her it was in the attic, she seemed unsettled. "I think we should leave it alone," she said, her voice low. "We don't need to be poking around in the past." But it was too late. I couldn't shake the feeling that the photograph was trying to tell me something. The figure in the doorway haunted me, its presence like a cold breath against my neck. The following night, I woke up to the sound of someone walking upstairs. At first, I assumed it was Linda, but when I checked the bed, she was fast asleep beside me. My heart started to race as the footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Coming from the attic, I grabbed a flashlight and made my way up to the attic. As I opened the door, the air felt thick, heavy. The room was pitch black, except for the beam of light from my flashlight. Then, I saw it. The photograph, which I had left on the workbench earlier, was now on the floor. It was facing up, but the figure in the photograph, the one I couldn't make out before, was now clear dot. It was a man. He was staring directly at me. His eyes were hollow, empty, but there was something else about his face. Something I couldn't describe. A twisted smile, a look of recognition. I backed away, stumbling over the scattered boxes in the attic. My pulse was racing. When I turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me inside. I pounded on the door, screaming for Linda, but there was no answer. The flashlight flickered, then went out. In the darkness, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were coming closer. I was not alone in the attic. The last thing I remember, before I blacked out, was a whisper in my ear. "Welcome home." When I woke up, I was lying on the floor of the attic, the door wide open. I didn't know how I got there. I didn't know how much time had passed. Linda was standing over me, looking terrified. "You were gone for hours," she said, her voice shaky. "We need to leave, Jason. I don't think we should be here." But it was too late. The house knew us now, and no matter how far I ran, the photograph would always be waiting. My name is Sarah Green, my husband Tom, and I had always dreamed of owning an old house in the countryside. And when we finally found one, it felt like a dream come true. The house was beautiful, an early 1900s farmhouse with ivy climbing, the stone walls, and a large grassy yard that stretched for miles. But from the first day we moved in, I had a strange feeling about the place. It was small things at first: footsteps when no one was there, the faint sound of a door creaking open at night, but I brushed it off. After all, it was an old house, and old houses make strange noises. Then we discovered the room. It wasn't on any of the floor plans we had been given. One evening, while Tom and I were unpacking, I found a door I had never seen before. It was at the far end of the upstairs hallway, tucked away behind an old wooden wardrobe. I hadn't noticed it during the walkthrough, and neither had Tom. "Hey, Tom, did you know there's a door here?" He walked over, frowning. I didn't. "We definitely didn't see this when we toured the house." We tried to open it, but the door was locked. It wasn't like any other door in the house. The wood was smooth, untouched by time, and the handle was covered in dust as if it hadn't been touched in years. I didn't think much of it at first. We'd just moved in, and maybe the previous owners had simply hidden it away. That night, I couldn't sleep. The door was on my mind, and I kept hearing the faintest sound, like scratching, coming from the other side. I woke up Tom and asked him if he'd heard it, but he just muttered something about needing more sleep. The next morning, I went back to the door, determined to figure it out. To my surprise, it was slightly ajar. My heart raced. I pushed it open, and what I saw inside made my blood run cold. The room was wrong. It was tiny, barely big enough for a single bed, but the walls were lined with mirrors, floor to ceiling, in every direction. There was no furniture, no windows, just mirrors. I stepped inside. The reflections weren't right. They were warped, twisted. My face stared back at me, but my eyes were hollow. My mouth stretched unnaturally wide, like I was screaming. I backed out of the room, heart pounding in my chest. But when I turned to close the door, it wasn't the same room anymore. The mirrors were gone. The walls were bare. The door led to a dark, empty space. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking. I looked at Tom, who had followed me upstairs. "Did you see that?" I asked, breathless. He stared at me, confused. "What are you talking about?" "There's nothing there." The door was gone. We left the house the very next day. I don't know where it went or what happened to it, but I know this: no matter how many times I drive past that place, I can never go back. The house isn't there anymore, and I know, deep down, that it's not supposed to be. My name is Emily Foster, and when my husband and I moved into our new home, we were both excited. It was a charming house in a quiet suburban neighborhood, perfect for starting our life together. The house had character old wood floors, a creaky staircase, and a lovely fireplace that seemed to be a centerpiece of the living room. But there was one thing I couldn't shake off: the whispers. It started subtly, just faint murmurs, like people talking in the next room. At first I thought it was just the house settling. The old beams and walls were bound to make noises. But as the days went by, the whispers grew louder. One night, as I lay in bed, I could swear I heard someone calling my name, "Emily." I froze. It wasn't Tom's voice. It was soft, hushed, almost pleading. I called out to him, but he was fast asleep beside me. I got up, convinced I had imagined it. But the next night, it happened again. I woke to the unmistakable sound of whispering, coming from the walls. It was like hundreds of voices, all layered over one another, murmuring in a language I couldn't understand. The words felt urgent, frantic. Emily. This time, I grabbed a flashlight and followed the sound, which seemed to come from behind the living room wall. I ran my hand along the cracks in the drywall, feeling the vibrations. My heart raced as the whispers grew louder, pressing in on me. The house had always seemed too perfect, too pristine. But now, I realized that there was something off about it, something I couldn't explain. I told Tom the next morning. He laughed it off, saying I was just imagining things, that the old pipes were probably acting up. But as the days passed, I couldn't ignore the increasing intensity of the whispers. They were always there, lingering just beneath the surface, calling my name. Then, one afternoon, I decided to dig deeper. I pulled up the floorboards in the living room. Beneath them, I found something unexpected: an old journal, its pages yellowed with age. It was the journal of the house's original owner, a woman named Margaret, who had lived here decades ago. As I read through the journal, I learned that Margaret had been obsessed with the house's whispers. She had written about hearing them, two voices speaking to her from within the walls. At first, she thought it was just the sound of the house settling. But over time, the voices became more insistent. She wrote that they told her things, horrible things. They told her that the house had been built on cursed land, and that the spirits who once lived here were still trapped inside. Margaret's journal ended abruptly. The last entry simply read, "They want me to join them." That night, the whispers were louder than ever. Emily. I couldn't take it anymore. The house was no longer a home. It was a prison. A place where something dark and ancient had taken root. I packed our bags, convinced that we had to leave. The moment we stepped outside, the whispers stopped. I don't know where Margaret went after she disappeared, but I do know one thing. The house still stands, and I'm certain it's waiting for someone else to hear the whispers. But not me. Never again. My name is Mark Bennett. When my wife, Claire, and I moved into our new home, we felt like we had finally made it. The house was perfect, spacious, quiet, tucked away in a peaceful neighborhood. But then we started seeing him. It began on our third night. Claire woke me up, shaking my arm. "Mark, there's someone in the backyard." I groggily sat up, rubbing my eyes. She was staring out the window, her face pale. I followed her gaze and felt my stomach drop. A man stood at the edge of our yard, just beyond the tree line. Tall, thin, wearing a suit, his head tilted slightly to the side. Even in the darkness, I could see his grin, wide, unmoving. I rushed downstairs, grabbing the baseball bat I kept by the door. But by the time I got outside, he was gone. I told Claire it was probably a prank, maybe a lost neighbor, but that didn't explain why he came back. Every night, always standing in the same spot, always smiling. One evening, I decided to confront him. I stepped outside, heart hammering in my chest. "Hey, what the hell do you want?" He didn't respond. He didn't move. As I got closer, something about him seemed wrong. His limbs were too long, his skin too pale, his grin too wide. Then he took a step forward. I stumbled back. His smile never changed, never wavered. He stepped again, moving unnaturally, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. That was the night we called the police. They searched the yard, found nothing. "We'll patrol the area," the officer assured us. But honestly, sounds like a trick of the light. Maybe a shadow. I didn't believe him. Neither did Claire. The next night, I woke up to a sound: scratching. Not from outside, from inside. Claire was still asleep. My pulse pounded as I crept downstairs. The noise was coming from the living room. I turned the corner and stopped cold. The front door was open, and on the floor, scratched deep into the wood, were 3 words: "Let me in." We left the next morning. The house still stands, empty. But sometimes, When I drive past it at night, I swear I see him standing at the window, still smiling. My name is Daniel Reeves. My wife, Sophie, and I had just moved into our new home, a quiet, old house at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was bigger than what we needed, but we planned to start a family soon, so the extra space felt perfect. The first few nights were peaceful. Then we found the attic. The entrance was a small wooden hatch in the ceiling of the hallway. The previous owners had painted over it, almost as if they didn't want anyone to open it. That should have been our first warning. One evening, I grabbed a ladder and pushed the hatch open. A cloud of dust rained down, and the air that seeped from inside was stale, heavy. I climbed up, expecting to find nothing but old boxes and forgotten junk. Instead, in the center of the attic, covered in a thin layer of dust, sat a cradle. It was old, hand-carved from dark wood, with delicate engravings along its edges. But the strangest part, it was gently swaying. There was no breeze. I swallowed hard, stepping closer. Inside the cradle lay a small, tattered blanket, curled up as if it had once held something. I reached out. The moment my fingers brushed the wood, a whisper, low, soft, a woman's voice, "Don't wake him." I stumbled back, nearly knocking over a stack of rotting boxes. My breath came in short gasps. I shined my flashlight around, but the attic was empty. I didn't tell Sophie. I convinced myself I was just tired, imagining things. That night, we woke up to the sound of creaking, a rhythmic, gentle squeaking like something being rocked back and forth. Sophie clutched my arm. "Daniel, do you hear that?" I did. It was coming from above us. From the attic, I grabbed a flashlight and crept into the hallway, my heart pounding. As I reached the ladder, the sound stopped, silenced. Then a soft giggle. I nearly dropped the flashlight. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was high-pitched, eerie, childlike. I slammed the attic hatch shut, hammering nails into it until I was sure it wouldn't open again. The next morning, we packed our bags and left. A week later, I looked up the house's history. In 1952, a woman had lived there with her infant son. The neighbors often heard her singing lullabies late into the night. Then one day, without warning, she stopped. When the authorities entered the house, they found the cradle in the attic, empty. The woman was never seen again. But some nights, if you stand outside that house and listen closely, you can still hear the cradle rocking. My name is James Holloway. When my Emily and I bought our first home, we were ecstatic. It was a beautiful Victorian house, slightly worn but full of charm. The previous owner had left in a hurry, abandoning several antique furnishings, an enormous floor-length mirror in the upstairs hallway. I hated that mirror from the start. There was something unsettling about it. The frame was a deep mahogany, carved with intricate patterns that twisted like vines. But it was the glass that bothered me most, slightly warped, as if the reflection inside wasn't quite right. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I had just finished brushing my teeth. As I turned off the bathroom light, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror, a shadow. But when I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. I shook it off as exhaustion. Moving had been stressful, and my mind was playing tricks on me, or so I thought. One night, I woke up to find Emily sitting upright in bed, staring toward the hallway. "James," she whispered. "Someone's in the house." My stomach clenched. I reached for the bedside lamp, but before I could turn it on, I heard a faint creaking sound, like footsteps on old wood. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy bookhand, crept toward the hallway. But when I turned the corner, expecting to find an intruder, there was nothing, only the mirror. But something was wrong. My reflection wasn't moving. I froze. My own face stared back at me, but it wasn't right. The expression was different. The head tilted at an unnatural angle. The lips curled into a grin I knew I hadn't made. Then, Without warning, it stepped forward. Not me. My reflection. I stumbled back, my breath caught in my throat. But in the real world, the mirror was still there, untouched. It was only inside the glass that he moved. I grabbed Emily's hand, and we ran. We left everything behind: our furniture, our clothes, even the house itself. The next morning I got a call from the realtor. "You left in quite a hurry," she said. "Is everything okay?" I told her about the mirror. She was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Mr. Holloway, the house has never had a mirror in the hallway." My name is Oliver Hayes. My wife, Claire, and I had been searching for a house for months before we finally found the perfect one. A charming old Victorian with bay windows, a wraparound porch, and more space than we knew what to do with. It had character, as the realtor put it, and yet, from the very first night, something felt ... off. It started when Claire pointed out something strange on the house's blueprints. "Look at this," she said, spreading the papers across the kitchen table. "This layout shows a room that doesn't exist." I leaned over, following her finger. She was right. There, between the master bedroom and the upstairs bathroom, was a space. That should have been a small extra room. But when we walked upstairs, there was no door, no window, just an uninterrupted stretch of wall. Maybe it was sealed off, I suggested, trying to be logical. Claire frowned. "But why?" That night, I dreamed of that missing room. In my dream, I was standing in front of the wall, my hands pressed against the peeling wallpaper. A whisper drifted from the other side, soft but urgent. "Help me." I woke with a start, my skin ice-cold. Claire stirred beside me, mumbling in her sleep. I tried to shake off the dream, but the whisper echoed in my head. The next day, curiosity got the best of me. I grabbed a flashlight and knocked along the wall. Hollow. There was definitely a space behind it. A single question burned in my mind. What was inside? By the third night, the house itself seemed to be urging me to find out. At exactly 3 a.m., a loud thud shook the walls. Then another, and another. It was coming from the missing room. Something was inside. I couldn't ignore it anymore. The next morning, I got my tools and started tearing through the plaster. Claire begged me to stop, but I had to know. With every strike of the hammer, the air grew heavier, colder. Then, as I pried away the last wooden beam, darkness gaped before me. A room, small, stifling, and in the center of it a chair, and on that chair a body, shriveled, dressed in tattered clothes, hands bound, mouth open in a silent scream. Claire screamed, and I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The police came. The body had been there for decades. A woman, long forgotten, locked away to die. But here's the thing. That night, as I lay in bed, the whisper returned. Not from the missing room, from the closet. I'm not the only one. My name is Daniel Brooks. When my wife, Sarah, and I bought our new home, we thought we had found our dream house. It was a spacious 2-story colonial with a wraparound porch, nestled at the edge of a quiet suburban neighborhood. Everything about it seemed perfect except for one thing. The house had an unfinished room. It was located at the end of the second-floor hallway, past the bedrooms. Unlike the rest of the house, which had been renovated, this room was bare, no paint on the walls, no flooring, just exposed wooden beams and a single narrow window that barely let in any light. The realtor explained that the previous owners had planned to turn it into a study, but abruptly moved before they could finish. At first, we paid little attention to it. But strange things started happening almost immediately. The first night, as I lay in bed, I heard something. A soft, rhythmic tapping like fingernails against wood. It was coming from the unfinished room, thinking it was a draft, or maybe a loose shutter. I got up to check, but the moment I stepped into the hallway, the tapping stopped. The door to the unfinished room stood slightly ajar. though I was sure we had left it closed. I pushed it open and felt a rush of cold air, though there was no vent inside. The room was empty. Over the next few days, things escalated. Doors opened and closed on their own. Sarah swore she saw movement from the corner of her eyeshadows slipping away just as she turned. At night, the tapping continued, always the same rhythm. One afternoon, I decided to inspect the room more thoroughly. I brought a flashlight and ran my hand over the wooden beams, searching for loose panels or hidden spaces. That's when I noticed something. There were deep scratches along the walls, not random marks, deliberate carvings. I stepped closer, tracing them with my fingers. Words, "Let me out." A chill ran down my spine. That night, Sarah and I decided to keep the door locked. If something was trying to get out, we weren't going to let it. But that didn't stop it. At exactly 3:12 a.m., we woke to the sound of hammering, loud, desperate pounding coming from inside the unfinished room. The door rattled violently, as if something was throwing itself against it. Sarah grabbed my arm. "Daniel, it's trying to open the door." I leaped out of bed, heart pounding. As I reached the hallway, the pounding stopped. The house fell silent. The door was still closed, but now, something was different. On the outside of the door, carved deep into the wood, was a single word: out. We left the next morning. Later, I learned that the previous owner had been a carpenter. He had sealed off that room himself, bricking up something inside before he vanished without a trace. The room was never meant to be opened, and now, whatever was in there wasn't trapped anymore. My name is Henry Lawson. When my wife, Julia, and I moved into our new home, we were thrilled. It was an old but sturdy house, built in the 1920s, with a wide front porch and a spacious backyard. The price was too good to be true, but we didn't question it. Not until we found the basement, or rather, the basement door. It was locked at first. We assumed it was just stuck, but when I tried forcing it open, I realized something strange. There was no keyhole, no handle on the inside, just a thick, heavy wooden door with iron reinforcements, as if it had been sealed shut deliberately. That night, I heard noises, soft, shuffling movements, a faint scratching, like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from behind the basement door. "Probably mice," Julia muttered sleepily, but I wasn't convinced. The next day I tried calling the realtor, but she didn't answer. So I did what any rational person would do. I grabbed my tools and forced the door open. The moment the wood splintered apart, a rush of cold air hit me. It smelled damp, stale. I shined my flashlight inside. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching deep into the earth. But something was wrong. The walls were covered in symbols. Strange looping carvings etched into the stone, circling the entire room. And in the center a chair, old wooden, with leather straps, the kind you'd see in a mental asylum. I stepped forward, heart hammering. That's when I noticed the scratches. Long, deep gouges on the arms of the chair, as if someone had been restrained. They're fighting, struggling. Then I heard it, a breath, right behind me. I spun around, expecting to see Julia. There was no one there. The door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed me. I scrambled for my flashlight, my pulse pounding. Footsteps echoed in the blackness. Not mine. Slow, deliberate, then dash, whispers, double quotes. "You shouldn't have opened it." My throat tightened. The air grew thick, suffocating. I clawed at the door, forcing it open, stumbling into the hallway. Julia found me shaking on the floor. We left that night. Later, I learned the truth. The previous owner had been a doctor, one who specialized in unorthodox treatments. Patients were locked in that basement. Some were never seen again, and now, whatever had been left behind was free. My name is Ethan Carter. I never believed in ghosts or haunted houses till we moved into the house on Willow Street. From the outside, it looked perfect. A two-story colonial-style home with a large front porch, a spacious backyard, and enough room for my wife, Lily, and our daughter, Emma, to finally settle down. The price was suspiciously low, but the real estate agent assured us the owners were just in a hurry to sell. Our first night was uneventful. The second night, however, was when everything changed. It started with the whispers. I was unpacking boxers in the living room when I heard its soft murmurs, like someone was standing just behind me, speaking under their breath. I turned, expecting to see Lily, but the room was empty. The whispering stopped. Shrugging it off as my imagination, I went upstairs to check on Emma. She was asleep, but the moment I stepped into her room, the baby monitor crackled with static. Then, in a voice that wasn't hers, I heard a single word: leave. A chill ran down my spine. The following days only got worse. Shadows moved where there was no light. The air felt thick, suffocating. One night, as I lay in bed, I woke to the feeling of someone or something standing over me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. Then came the dreams. Every night, I saw flashes of a woman in a long, tattered dress, her face obscured, standing at the foot of our bed. She never moved, never spoke, just watched. When I finally jolted awake, my body felt like it had been crushed under an unseen weight. Lily started experiencing things too. Objects moved on their own. The kitchen faucet turned on by itself. The house felt wrong. One evening, while searching the attic for more unpacked boxes, I found something that made my blood run cold. Hidden in the rafters was an old wooden box filled with photographs, black and white images of a family from decades ago. The father, the mother, and their young daughter. But in every single photo, the mother's face was scratched out. I flipped one of the photos over. Written in smeared ink were the words, "She won't let us go." That night, Emma woke up screaming. When we rushed into her room, she was pointing at the corner, eyes wide with terror. "The lady," she sobbed, "she's watching us." That was the final straw. We packed our bags and left that same night. We never returned, never looked back. Days later, I did some research on the house. The previous owners had left abruptly, just like us. Before them, another family had moved out under mysterious circumstances. And before that, a tragic event had taken place. A mother, driven mad, had drowned her own daughter in the bathtub before vanishing without a trace. Her body was never found, but I knew exactly where she was. Still there, still watching, waiting for the next family to move in. My name is Claire, and I never really thought much of my neighbors until I moved into this house. It wasn't anything special, just a simple two-story home in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind of place where the lawns were well kept, and the neighbors exchanged friendly waves. The house next to mine was occupied by a young couple, Samantha and Greg. They seemed normal at first. Nothing about them seemed out of the ordinary. They were polite, always greeting me with a smile when we crossed paths. But over time, I began to notice something strange. At night, I could hear faint whispers coming from their side of the house. At first I thought it was just the wind, or maybe some sort of sound distortion, but the whispers seemed to grow louder, more distinct. They were voices, clear as day, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but then, it started happening every night. I'd be lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, and the whispers would begin. They didn't sound like normal conversation. They were urgent, frantic, almost like they were pleading for help. One evening, I decided to investigate. I went outside and walked toward the fence that separated our properties. The whispers were louder now, almost as if they were right next to me. I stood there, listening closely, and to my horror, I realized something chilling. The voices weren't coming from inside the house. They were coming from the backyard. I turned to the fence, my heart pounding. There was a small, overgrown section of their yard right behind the fence, hidden by thick ivy and bushes. I could barely make out a small door leading into a shed. The whispers came from that shed. I couldn't stop myself. I had to know what was going on. I quietly walked along the fence and moved toward the shed, my breath catching in my throat. The closer I got, the louder the whispers became, and now I could hear one word repeated over and over again: help. With a shaky hand, I grabbed the rusty doorknob and twisted it. The door creaked open, and the faint, musty smell of mildew hit my nose. Inside, there was nothing but old furniture, dusty boxers, and a few cobwebs. But something felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, like something was watching me. And then, I saw it. In the corner of the shed, there was a small, old wooden chair. It was tied with thick ropes, the kind you'd use to secure heavy loads. And sitting in the chair now, strapped into it, was Greg. His eyes were wide with terror, and his mouth was taped shut. I could see his chest rise and fall with ragged breaths, but he didn't make a sound. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. I stumbled backward, my mind racing. What was happening? Why was he here? And why couldn't I hear him scream? Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around to find Samantha standing in the doorway. Her face was blank, emotionless. Her eyes locked onto mine, and her lips curled into a twisted smile. "It's too late," she said in a soft, almost pleasant voice. "You shouldn't have come." Before I could react, she pushed me toward the chair where Greg was sitting. The door slammed shut behind me, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. They were all around me now, but they weren't the same whispers I'd heard before. These were screams, agonized, desperate screams, and they were coming from Greg. I tried to reach him, to pull him out of the chair, but the ropes tightened around him, as if something was holding him in place. I struggled, but my movements grew slower, heavier, as if the air was thickening with every second. "Help me," Greg finally managed to say, his voice muffled but urgent. "She's not who you think she is." But before I could understand what he meant, Samantha stepped forward, her face twisted into a horrific grin. "You'll see soon enough," she whispered. "We all will." Suddenly, I felt a sharp, burning pain in my chest. It was like someone was ripping into my very soul. I gasped for air, clutching my chest as the room around me spun. The last thing I remember before everything went black was the sound of her voice. "It's too late. You're part of it now." When I woke up, I was back in my bed. It was morning, the sun streaming through the windows. I checked my phone. It was as if nothing had happened. But when I looked outside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Samantha and Greg's house was empty. The yard was overgrown, the windows boarded up, and the shed was gone. I don't know what happened to them, or if they were ever real to begin with. But I know one thing for sure: the whispers haven't stopped, and now they're coming from inside my own house. My name is Daniel, and I never believed in ghosts, at least not until I moved into this neighborhood. It was one of those quiet, picture-perfect suburban areas where everyone knows each other, and the lawns are always freshly mowed. I'd just bought a new house, and it was everything I had dreamed of. It was a bit old, but charming, with high ceilings, dark wood floors, and a large backyard. It didn't take long for me to meet my neighbors. Most of them were friendly, offering baked goods or a casual greeting as we passed each other on the street. But there was one house on the block that was different. It was the house next door in number 13, the one with the overgrown garden and the broken mailbox. The house that no one ever seemed to visit. The neighbor who lived there, Mrs. Whitaker, was an elderly woman. I'd seen her a few times in her front yard, always hunched over with a cane, tending to the flowers. She never spoke much, but I figured it was just because she was old. The few conversations we had were brief, but cordial. But things started to get strange not long after I moved in. At first it was small things, soon explained noises in the walls, like something was scraping or moving inside. I figured it was just the house settling, the pipes, or maybe rodents in the attic. But the more time passed, the stranger it became. One evening, as I sat in my living room reading, I heard a loud thump coming from the wall that separated my house from Mrs. Whitaker's. It wasn't the usual creaks and groans of an old house. This was a distinct, heavy thud, like something or someone was pounding on the wall from the other side. I stood up, feeling uneasy. I listened closely, but there was only silence, no creaking, no movement. I decided to ignore it, convincing myself it was just my imagination. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard it again, the sound of something heavy banging against the wall. The next day, I decided to go next door and check on Mrs. Whitaker. Maybe she needed help, or perhaps she was hearing the same sounds. I knocked on her door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I tried the door handle, and to my surprise, it was unlocked. I pushed the door open, calling out for her. The house was eerily quiet. As I stepped inside, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air was thick, and it smelled musty, like something had been left unattended for too long. I called her name again, but still, there was no response. As I walked through the living room, I saw her sitting in a chair by the window, staring out into the yard. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and she didn't even seem to notice I was there. "Mrs. Whitaker," I said softly, approaching her. She didn't move. I reached out to touch her shoulder, and the moment my fingers made contact, she jerked her head around to face me. Her eyes were wide with fear, and her lips trembled as she whispered, "It's coming. It's in the walls. It's coming for us." Before I could respond, she stood up, knocking the chair over in the process. She looked frantic, like she was trying to escape something, but there was nowhere to go. "Stay away from the wall," she muttered, her voice shaking. "It's behind the wall." I tried to calm her down, but she suddenly ran toward the door, practically stumbling over her feet. I followed her outside, but she didn't stop. She kept muttering about the wall and the thing that was hiding in it. Before I could reach her, she collapsed in the yard, and I was forced to call for an ambulance. That night, I stayed awake, my eyes fixed on the wall that separated our two houses. I kept hearing the scratching noises again, but this time, they were different. They were closer, louder, almost like something was trying to break through. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a hammer and started pounding at the wall. The noises grew louder with each hit, and just as I was about to break through, something happened. The wall shifted, and I heard a voice, low, guttural, and muffled from the other side. "Get out. Get out now." I dropped the hammer, my hands shaking. I ran out of the house, slamming the door behind me. The next day I found out that Mrs. Whitaker had been taken to a care facility. They said she had been hearing things for years, but I wasn't so sure. I never went near that wall again, but every time I hear a creak or a scratch, I remember her words. I'm not sure what was behind that wall, but I know one thing for sure: it's still there, waiting. And one day, it's going to come out. My name is Sarah. I had been looking for a place of my own for months. My search led me to a modest, quiet neighborhood just on the outskirts of town. It wasn't the most glamorous spot, but it felt like home the moment I stepped foot in it. The kind of place where everyone knew each other's names, and kids played outside without fear. The house next to mine, however, always felt ... off. It was the oldest house on the block. The windows were small, the yard overgrown, and the paint was peeling. But what made it eerie wasn't its condition, it was the man who lived there. His name was Frank, and I had met him once when I moved in. He was friendly enough, but something in his eyes never seemed quite right. At first, I didn't think much of it. I was too busy unpacking and settling in. But soon, little things started to happen. I'd come home from work to find my mailbox slightly ajar, or hear strange noises at night, footsteps, scraping sounds, like someone was moving around outside. I thought it was just my imagination, or maybe the wind. But it wasn't. One evening, as I was sitting on my porch, I noticed Frank, standing in his window, staring out into the street. His expression was blank, his face barely visible through the dirty glass. I waved to him, but he didn't respond. I thought it was strange, but then I brushed it off as another one of his quirks. The next few nights, I started to notice something disturbing. Every time I looked out of my own window, Frank was there, standing in the same spot, staring at my house. It wasn't just coincidence, it was too consistent. It was as if he was watching me, always just standing there in the dark. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the unease grew. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to take a walk around the block. When I passed Frank's house, I noticed the lights were all off. Everything was quiet. That's when I saw it. Through a crack in the curtains, I could make out a figure. Frank, but something was wrong. His face was pressed against the glass, his eyes wide and unblinking. He was still, eerily still, like he was waiting for something. I froze in my tracks. The chill in the air made my skin crawl. I wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the window. Something about the way he was standing, his posture, his eyes felt wrong, unnatural. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel the weight of his gaze on me. I felt as if he was there, just outside my window, waiting for me to move, to make a sound. The next day, I decided to confront him. I walked over to his house and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I was about to leave when I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The house was dark, silent, and still. The air inside smelled stale, like no one had been there in years. But there were signs of life, scraps of food on the table, dirty dishes in the sink. I called out for Frank, but there was no response. I wandered deeper into the house, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The hallway was narrow, and the walls were covered in old photographs. I noticed something strange about them. Every single one of them was a picture of Frank standing in the exact same spot, staring out the window. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffle behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. Only the faint sound of breathing, slow and heavy, coming from the other room. I didn't wait to investigate. I bolted from the house, slamming the door behind me. I could hear him, though, his footsteps echoing in the hallway, following me, getting closer. I haven't seen Frank since that night. The house is still there, dark and abandoned, but I know he's watching me. I can feel his eyes on me even when I'm inside my own home. Sometimes, I'll glance out the window, and I'll see him just for a moment, standing there, staring at me from the darkness. And I know now, Frank is never far away. My name is Jack, and moving to a quiet suburban neighborhood was supposed to be the fresh start I needed. After a bitter divorce and years of city noise, the thought of a peaceful street with friendly neighbors was a relief. When I first saw the house, it seemed perfect, nestled between two other homes, with a small garden and a long driveway. It looked like the kind of place you could easily settle into. The first few weeks were uneventful. I met most of the neighbors. They were kind, welcoming. But there was one house that stood out, and that was the one right next to mine. It belonged to a man named Alan, a person I rarely saw. In fact, I never saw him at all. The lights in his house were always off, and his front door remained closed at all hours. I occasionally heard muffled sounds from within, but it was as if the house was frozen in time, At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe he was a night owl, or someone who worked late. But after a while, I grew more and more curious. I didn't want to be rude, but I started paying closer attention. His car was never in the driveway, yet there was always a faint light flickering behind the curtains at night. One evening, after an especially long day at work, I came home and noticed something unusual. Alan's front door was slightly ajar. It was barely noticeable, but it was enough for me to feel uneasy. I tried to ignore the nagging feeling in my gut, but something pulled me toward the door. I walked up to his porch, my footsteps hesitant and heavy. The door creaked as I pushed it open slightly. "Alan," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The smell of dust and stale air hit me, and I realized how quiet it was, eerily so. I could barely hear anything except the sound of my own breath. The house seemed abandoned, yet everything looked ... normal. Almost too normal. There were no signs of disrepair, no signs that anyone had left for good. The furniture was neatly arranged, the television was on, but there was no sound coming from it. I took a few more steps into the house, wondering if something had happened to Alan. Maybe he was sick or injured. I reached the hallway, where the dim light flickered like a dying bulb. Then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but it seemed to come from deeper in the house. I called out again, but there was no response. The whisper grew louder, more distinct, and more chilling. "Get out, ... It hissed. My heart raced, and I instinctively turned toward the front door to leave, but something stopped me. A movement in the corner of my eye. I froze. There, standing just outside of the light's reach, was a figure, a shadow. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel its eyes on me. Its presence was suffocating. It was as if it was waiting for something. I took a step back, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, and the whisper came again, this time louder, more forceful. "Get out, ... now." I bolted from the house, slamming the door behind me. I ran to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. My heart was racing, and I didn't stop until I was miles away. After that night, I never saw Alan again. The house remained empty, and the door stayed closed, just like it had been before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me from that house. Every time I drove past it, I'd glance over, expecting to see the shadow, standing in the window. But there was never anything there. But the whispers, they never stopped. Some nights, when the wind is still and the house is quiet, I hear it. Faintly at first, like it's coming from far away, but then louder and closer. "Get out, ... And now, every time I look at my own front door, I wonder, what was Alan hiding? My name is Emily, and I've always been a sucker for small towns. When I found a house in Westbrook, a charming, quiet little place, I thought I had found the perfect escape. It wasn't too far from the city, but far enough to feel peaceful. The neighbors were friendly, mostly older couples, the kind that would wave to you as they watered their flowers or collected their mail. But then there was Mrs. Calloway. She lived directly across from me, in a house that looked a little out of place. The windows were always closed, the curtains heavy and dark, as though she was hiding from something. I had seen her only a few times, always peeking through her window, with a gaze that felt unsettling. The first time I saw her, I smiled and waved. She didn't wave back. Instead, her eyes narrowed, studying me in a way that made my skin crawl. I didn't think much of it at first. People are strange sometimes. But the more I watched her, the more I started to feel like I was being watched in return. It was subtle, just a strange sensation in the pit of my stomach when I walked near her house. But it grew stronger with time. One night, I saw her again, standing in front of her window, staring out into the dark. It was past midnight, and she was just standing there, motionless. I felt my heart race as I stared at her. There was something about her that seemed, off. The next day I decided to visit her. I had been meaning to introduce myself to all my neighbors, and I thought it was about time. I knocked on her door, my nerves getting the better of me, as I waited for her to answer. When she opened the door, she smiled a strange, tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Yes?" she asked, her voice almost too soft. "I'm Emily. I live next door," I said. I just wanted to introduce myself and say hello. She looked at me for a long moment before nodding and stepping aside. "Come in," she said. I hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. I stepped inside, immediately, feeling a shift in the air. The house was old, and the atmosphere was thick, like the walls themselves were holding on to something. The air smelled stale, as though it hadn't been aired out in years. "Sit," she said, gesturing to the couch. I sat down, feeling uncomfortable under her piercing gaze. She didn't offer tea or small talk like most people did when you visited. Instead, she just stared at me, her eyes unwavering. "I've seen you watching me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I froze. "What?" Her eyes twinkled with something dark. "You think I don't know? You think I don't notice?" I laughed nervously, unsure if I should leave. But before I could say anything, she reached for something on the coffee table and cracked mirror. "This is the mirror," she said softly, holding it up to my face. "It shows what you don't want to see." I tried to back away, but I couldn't move. The mirror's surface was cracked, jagged lines running through it, distorting the image of myself reflected back. But what caught my attention wasn't the mirror itself, it was the face behind me. A pale, shadowy figure stood in the reflection, its eyes glowing a sickly yellow. The figure was tall, with dark hair hanging in front of its face. It was a man, or at least it looked like one, but there was something wrong about him. He wasn't human. I turned around quickly, but the room was empty. There was no one there. I spun back to the mirror, and the figure was gone. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I had seen, but there was nothing in the reflection except for myself and Mrs. Calloway, still holding the mirror with a twisted smile on her face. "You can see him, can't you?" she whispered, her voice almost reverent. "He's been following me for years. He comes through the cracks, like all the others. You'll see him soon enough, too." My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't know what she was talking about, but I knew I had to get out of there. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking the mirror from her hands. "I should go," I said, backing away. She just watched me, her smile never faltering. "Remember, Emily," she said softly, "he's already in your house. He's been waiting for you." I didn't wait for another word. I ran out of her house and didn't look back. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. I would catch glimpses of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear footsteps when no one was around, and every time I passed Mrs. Calloway's house, I would glance at the window. I never saw her again after that night, but sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of my own home, a face I don't recognize, and eyes that seem to know far too much about me. And the worst part, the mirror is cracked, just like she said, and I'm starting to see him too. My name is Alex, and I'm not the kind of person to believe in ghost stories. I've always prided myself on being a rational thinker, someone who dismisses the supernatural as mere fantasy. But that was before I moved into the old house on Elm Street. The house itself wasn't much to look at, a modest two-story building with peeling paint and a cracked front porch, but there was something about the paint of the neighborhood that made it seem alive. Or maybe it was just me adjusting to the change. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The neighbor next door, Mr. Hayes, was an elderly man who lived alone. I'd see him every now and then as I worked in the yard, standing at his window and staring out at me. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, but then I realized he was always there. No matter the time of day, I began to notice the strange sounds coming from his house. Late at night, I'd hear faint whispers, soft, unintelligible voices that drifted through the walls. I thought it was the wind, or perhaps the old pipes creaking, but there was something unnerving about it. The whispers sounded like they were calling my name. I mentioned it to Sarah, my girlfriend, but she didn't seem to take it seriously. She chalked it up to the house settling or maybe my overactive imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. One evening, after dinner, I decided to visit Mr. Hayes. I had been meaning to introduce myself properly, and maybe talking to him would put my mind at ease. I knocked on his door, and after a moment, he slowly answered. His wrinkled face was framed by the door, and his tired eyes seemed to study me before he spoke. "Ah, Alex, isn't it? Please, come in." I hesitated for a moment, but then stepped inside. The house was dark, the air thick with dust, and an odd smell I couldn't quite place. It was oddly quiet, and I couldn't help but notice how cold it felt. Even though the temperature outside was warm, Mr. Hayes led me to the living room, where an old rocking chair creaked by the fireplace. He sat in the chair, motioning for me to sit across from him. As we talked about the neighborhood and the weather, I noticed something strange. His eyes kept darting around the room, as if he were listening for something, and every now and then, I could hear the softest of whispers, just out of my hearing range. "Do you hear that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Mr. Hayes stiffened, his face going pale. "What do you mean, the whispers?" "They're coming from the walls," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, in a voice barely audible, he muttered, "You shouldn't have come here, Alex." Suddenly, the room grew cold, and the whispers grew louder. They were no longer soft and indistinct. They were clear now, calling my name. My heart raced, and I stood up, ready to leave. As I moved toward the door, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Mr. Hayes was no longer sitting in the rocking chair. Instead, he was standing by the window, staring out at me. His back was hunched, his hands pressed against the glass, but his reflection in the window was different. His reflection didn't look like him at all. It was a younger version of himself, with dark, hollow eyes and an unsettling grin on his face. "Leave," the reflection whispered. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. As I turned to run, the whispers grew louder, now filling the entire room. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I could feel a presence, something dark and oppressive. I bolted out of the house, slamming the door behind me. I didn't look back. The whispers stopped as soon as I left the property, but the feeling of dread lingered. To this day, I still hear those whispers, especially when I'm alone in my house, and every now and then, I catch a glimpse of Mr. Hayes, standing at his window, watching me. But it's never really him, it's something else, something far worse. My name is Chris, and I had always believed in the simplicity of suburban life. When I bought my house on Pine Avenue, I thought I was escaping the noise and chaos of the city. The house was modest, with a neatly trimmed lawn and a quiet, peaceful atmosphere. But the peace didn't last long at first. I didn't notice anything unusual about my neighbors. They were all older, mostly retired, and kept to themselves. But there was one house, the one next to mine, that seemed different. It was always dark. No lights, no sounds, just silence. I didn't think much of it at first, just assumed it was one of those houses that people didn't use much. But then, I began to notice something strange. Every time I would go out into my yard, I felt like someone was watching me. I would look around, but no one was ever there. At night, when I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that my eyes were being drawn toward the house next door. The blinds were always closed, but I couldn't escape the nagging thought that someone was staring back at me through the darkness. One evening, I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. As I passed the house next door, I saw a figure standing at the window. It was a man, or at least I assumed it was. He was tall and thin, dressed in a dark coat. He was staring at me, unmoving. His face was hidden in the shadows, but his eyes were glowing, almost unnatural in their intensity. I quickly turned away, brushing it off as just a trick of the light. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard something footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from next door. I thought I was imagining things, but the sound was unmistakable. It sounded like someone walking back and forth, pacing. The next morning, I decided to confront the neighbor. I went next door and knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time, and still nothing. Feeling uneasy, I peered through the crack in the door. The inside of the house was completely dark, and I couldn't see anything. That evening, I noticed something different. The blinds were open just a crack, just enough for me to see the faint outline of a figure standing inside, staring out. My heart raced as I looked closer. It was him, the man I had seen the night before. But this time, I noticed something unsettling. His face was pale, almost sickly, and his eyes were completely black, void of any color. I stepped back, my blood running cold. I had no idea who this man was, but I knew something was horribly wrong. I couldn't explain it, but the air around that house felt thick, like something was pressing in on me. The next few days were even worse. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being followed. Every time I turned a corner, I felt eyes on me. I'd glance over my shoulder, and there he was standing in his window, watching me. His expression never changed, always the same cold, emotionless stare. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. It was like he was everywhere. The whispering at night, the footsteps, the cold drafts that seemed to come from nowhere. It was all too much. One night I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I was going to find out what was going on in that house. I waited until the middle of the night, when everything was silent. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the house, my heart pounding in my chest. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the smell of decay and rot immediately hitting my nostrils. The house was cold, too cold, like it hadn't been lived in for years. I moved through the dark hallways, the beam of my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. When I reached the living room, I froze. The man was standing there, in the center of the room. But this time, he wasn't just staring at me. He was standing perfectly still, his eyes glowing brighter than ever, almost as if they were drawing me in. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. And then, with a voice that sounded more like a growl than words, he whispered, "I've been waiting for you." That was the last thing I remember before everything went dark. When I woke up, I was outside, lying on the ground in front of my house. I don't know how I got there, or how much time had passed, but I knew one thing for sure: my neighbor, the watcher, was still there. To this day, I can't escape the feeling that he's always watching me, and every time I close my eyes at night, I swear I can hear his footsteps echoing through the darkness. My name is Emily, and I've always loved the idea of living in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. When we moved into our new home on Crestwood Lane, I felt like I was finally in the perfect place to start fresh. The house was a beautiful two-story, with a white picket fence and a small garden where I could plant flowers. Everything felt like a dream, till I met my next-door neighbor, Mr. Jensen. At first glance, Mr. Jensen seemed like an ordinary man in his late 60s. He had a small, unkempt yard with a few flower beds, and he often sat on his porch, reading newspapers or enjoying the fresh air. He'd wave whenever I passed by, and we exchanged pleasantries whenever we saw each other. But something about him felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a nagging feeling that crept up every time I saw him. His eyes were always too intense, like he was watching me too closely. Sometimes, he would stand there, staring, without saying a word, until I awkwardly waved and went on my way. I tried to brush it off, thinking I was just being paranoid. But then things started to get weird. It started with the windows. Every time I passed by his house, I would notice that the curtains in the windows were always drawn, except for one. The one window, right above the front door, was always wide open. I had never seen anyone go in or out of the house, and yet that window was always open, no matter the weather. One evening, as I was returning home from the store, I saw Mr. Jen standing at the open window, staring at me. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were so intense that it made my skin crawl. I waved, and he slowly nodded in response. But this time, something was different. His posture had shifted. He no longer looked like the old man I had gotten used to seeing. His back was straight, unnaturally rigid, and his hands were curled into tight fists by his sides. That night, I heard strange sounds coming from the direction of Mr. Jensen's house, scraping noises, as if someone was dragging something heavy across the floor. The noises didn't stop, and I lay awake in bed, my mind racing with unanswered questions. I wanted to go over there to see what was happening, but a strange feeling told me I should stay away. The next morning, as I was walking out to the mailbox, I saw Mr. Jensen standing by the fence, watching me. This time, he was holding something in his hands, a small, weathered photograph. "Do you know who this is?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I leaned in to look, and my heart skipped a beat. The photo was of me taken through the window of my own home. How did you get this?" I stammered, my voice trembling. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. "I've been keeping an eye on you, Emily. You've been watching me, and now I'm watching you." I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The smile never left his face, and his eyes gleamed with something dark, something predatory. That evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I would glance over my shoulder and see nothing, but the sensation remained, like someone was just behind me, always watching. I decided to confront Mr. Jensen. I had to know what was going on. I walked over to his house and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still no answer. Just as I was about to leave, I heard something, footsteps, coming from inside the house. Slowly, the door creaked open, and Mr. Jensen's face appeared in the doorway. But this time, it wasn't Mr. Jensen. His face had changed. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were completely black, void of any emotion. His smile was stretched too wide, too unnatural. "You shouldn't have come here, Emily," he whispered, his voice dripping with malice. Before I could react, he stepped aside, and I could see what was behind him. His entire room, filled with photographs of me. Photos taken through the windows of my house, of my yard, of me and my family. The walls were covered in them. "Why?" I gasped, my breath catching in my throat. "Because you've always been mine," he replied, his grin growing even wider. I ran as fast as I could, not daring to look back. To this day, I don't know what he was, or how he knew so much about me. But I do know one thing: he's still out there, watching, waiting, and I will never feel safe again. My name is Peter, and my family had just moved to a new neighborhood. It was a typical suburban area with quiet streets and neat houses. My wife, Sarah, and I were eager to settle in, raise our 2 kids, and enjoy the peace that came with the new house. Everything about the place was perfect, or so we thought. The only thing that seemed unusual was the house next door. It was dark and unkempt, with overgrown weeds in the yard and cracked windows. The previous owners had moved out months ago, and no one had come to live there since. It was an eyesore compared to the other houses on the block. At first I thought nothing of it. We had enough on our plate with moving in and getting settled. But then, strange things started to happen. It started with the lights. At night, I would notice the lights in the abandoned house flickering on and off. I'd try to ignore it, thinking it was just a wiring issue or perhaps an old neighbor returning for some forgotten items. But the flickering grew more frequent, more erratic. Then, the sounds began. Footsteps in the middle of the night, heavy and deliberate, walking across the creaky floorboards of the empty house. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe an animal, but it sounded too human, too intentional. I mentioned it to Sarah, but she dismissed it as my imagination. After all, the house next door was abandoned, and the noises could be from something else entirely. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was living there. One evening, I decided to investigate. The sun had just set, and the neighborhood was quiet. I stood outside my house, staring at the dark windows of the neighboring house. I could have sworn I saw a shadow move across the curtain of the upstairs window. I hesitated for a moment, but then walked over to the house. The front door was slightly ajar, as though someone had forgotten to close it properly. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. Inside, the house was cold, musty, and covered in dust. The furniture was still in place, as if the owners had simply walked out and never returned. But the strangest part was the silence. There was no sound, no creaks of settling wood, no hum of an old refrigerator. It was unnervingly still. I moved through the rooms, the floorboards creaking under my weight. As I reached the staircase, I heard it again, the footsteps, louder this time, coming from upstairs. My heart raced. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. I took a step toward the stairs. But before I could move any further, the front door slammed shut behind me, locking me inside. I tried to pull the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped. Then, from the shadows at the top of the stairs, a figure appeared. It was a man, but his face was obscured by shadows. His posture was stiff, almost unnatural, and his arms hung limply by his sides. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was stretched into a twisted grin. "Welcome home," he whispered, his voice raspy and cold. I tried to run, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. The man's grin grew wider, and I could feel his gaze piercing through me, as though he were seeing into my very soul. Just as he took a step forward, the door to the house burst open, and I found myself back outside. I was gasping for breath, heart pounding, sweat dripping down my face. I turned to look at the house, but it was dark and silent once more. The front door was closed, and everything seemed normal again. But I knew what I had seen. The house next door was never empty. It had been waiting for me. My name is Rachel, and I've always been the type to keep to myself. When my husband, Mike, and I bought our new house, I was excited to start fresh in a quiet suburban neighborhood. The house was beautiful and old Victorian, with big windows, a wraparound porch, and a garden that had potential. But there was one thing I hadn't anticipated. Our neighbor, Mrs. Green, lived next door. She was a frail woman, always wearing old-fashioned dresses and a brooch that looked like something from the 1940s. Her house was well kept, but there was something about it that seemed off. The windows were always closed, no matter the weather, and she rarely left her house. At first I didn't think much of it. Every neighborhood has its peculiar resident, right? But it wasn't long before I noticed her watching us. It started with glances through the window. I'd catch her standing by the curtains, her eyes locked on our front door. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. But the more I noticed, the more unsettling it became. One afternoon, I was in the backyard watering the plants when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned around and saw Mrs. Green standing at the edge of her yard, staring at me. Her eyes were wide, her expression unreadable. She didn't wave or speak. She just stood there, watching. I felt an uneasy chill run through me, but I shrugged it off. Maybe she was just lonely. The next day I went out to grab the mail. As I stepped onto the porch, I noticed something strange. A small, neatly wrapped package had been left on our doorstep. It was addressed to us, but there was no return address. I hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. I opened the package, and inside was a porcelain doll. It was old, with glass eyes that seemed to follow me, no matter where I moved. The note attached simply read, "Keep her close." My heart pounded in my chest as I looked over at Mrs. Green's house. Through the window, I could see her standing there, watching me again. I didn't know what to do. My instinct was to take the doll inside and burn it, but I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Something about it felt wrong. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. I started finding more strange gifts on our doorstep: an antique key, a torn piece of lace, an old photograph of a man I didn't recognize. Every time I looked outside, I'd see Mrs. Green standing by her window. Watching it wasn't long before I began to feel like I was losing my mind. I started having nightmares of Mrs. Green standing at the foot of my bed, her cold eyes staring into mine. In the dreams, she would always whisper, "You're mine now." One night, after another restless sleep, I decided to confront her. I marched over to her house, my heart pounding in my chest. When I knocked on the door, there was no answer, but I could hear someone moving inside. I tried the handle. It was unlocked. Inside, the house was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of old wood. As I moved deeper into the house, I saw the walls were covered in photographs of me and Mike, our house, our backyard. But the strangest part was the way the photographs were arranged. Each one had a red X drawn over it. I turned a corner and found Mrs. Green standing in the hallway. Her eyes were wide, her lips twisted into a grin that sent a wave of nausea through me. "You shouldn't have come here," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "Now, you're part of the collection." Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind me, and the lights flickered out. I'm not sure how I got out of there, but I left the house without looking back. Mrs. Green is still next door, watching, and I've come to realize that some neighbors are better left unseen. My name is Jack, and I've always been a skeptic. I didn't believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything that couldn't be explained by logic. But that all changed the night I ventured into the old cemetery on the outskirts of town. It was a place people avoided, filled with the abandoned and forgotten. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, always claiming it was cursed. But I figured they were just afraid of something as simple as the dark. One late autumn evening, I found myself walking past its weathered gates. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the scene. I had been drinking, my nerves were a bit on edge, and curiosity tugged at me. I was about to walk away when I noticed something odd. There was a fresh grave, its dirt still, loose and uneven. But what stood out to me was the tombstone, a large, cracked marble slab with strange symbols etched into it. The name on the stone was unfamiliar, Edwin Blackwood. I approached the grave, almost entranced by the strange markings. It wasn't just a regular tombstone. The symbols, though worn by time, were clearly intentional. I felt a strange pull, as if something inside me was telling me to stay. Suddenly, I heard it faint at first, a whisper, "Help me." I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one in sight. The cemetery was as empty as it had been when I first arrived. I told myself it was just the wind, a trick of my mind playing games on me. But the whisper came again, louder this time, and it seemed to be coming from the grave. "Help me, Jack." I froze. My blood ran cold. How did it know my name? With trembling hands, I reached out and touched the tombstone. The moment my fingers made contact, the ground beneath me seemed to tremble. I stumbled back, feeling the pressure in the air build, as if the very earth were alive and angry. The whispering continued, growing more desperate. "Please, help me." Without thinking, I dropped to my knees and began digging, my hands moving frantically through the loose dirt. My pulse thundered in my ears, but I couldn't stop. There was a force compelling me to continue. After what felt like an eternity, my hands struck something solid. I cleared away the remaining dirt and found a small wooden box, old and weathered by time. I could feel the weight of it, the presence inside, and I knew in that moment that I had made a terrible mistake. I opened the box, and there, wrapped in tattered cloth, was a small, mummified hand. It was cold to the touch, but I felt an undeniable connection. The moment my fingers brushed against it, the whispers stopped. There was only silence. But the silence didn't last long. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the ground, grabbing my wrist with an iron grip. I screamed and tried to pull away, but the hand tightened, pulling me toward the grave. I could hear something beneath the earth, a voice, low and guttural, speaking in an ancient tongue. The ground around me began to shift, and I could see the earth moving, as if something was rising. A face appeared from the dirt, pale and decayed, with hollow eyes and a twisted grin. It was Edwin Blackwood, or what had become of him. His body had been buried long ago, but his soul had been trapped, waiting for someone to release him. "You shouldn't have disturbed me," he hissed, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. I fought to break free, but his grip was unrelenting. The whispers started again, this time from every direction, filling my mind with their maddening sound. "You should have never come here." The last thing I remember was the sensation of being dragged into the earth, swallowed whole by the grave. When I woke up, I was lying on the ground in the cemetery, the night sky now dark and silent. The tombstone was gone, and the grave had been filled. I stood up shakily, my head spinning, as I left the cemetery. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every time I turned a corner or passed a shadow, I thought I saw a figure watching me from the corner of my eye. And then, one night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again whispering, soft and distant, but unmistakable. "Jack." The voice was familiar, and this time, it was not in my head. My name is Thomas. I've always been the type to avoid the unknown, but one summer evening, my curiosity got the better of me. The old cemetery at the edge of town had always intrigued me, its worn-out gates creaking on windy days, and the towering statues that loomed over the graves, their eyes staring blankly into the void. I had passed it countless times, but something about that evening felt different. The sun had barely dipped beneath the horizon when I decided to take a walk through the cemetery. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and a strange stillness filled the space. The gravestones, some old and some newer, dotted the landscape. But one statue in particular caught my attention. It was a figure of a man, tall and unnervingly lifelike. His features were meticulously carved, but his smile, his grin was unsettling. It wasn't just any smile. It was a wide, eerie grin that stretched unnaturally across his face, like he knew something I didn't. I stood there for a moment, transfixed by the statue. The longer I stared, the more I felt something shift in the air. It was as if the shadows deepened, and the graveyard seemed to grow colder. Then, out of nowhere, a voice called out, "Thomas, ... I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The voice wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable, soft, raspy, almost as though it had been whispered directly into my ear. But there was no one around. I turned quickly, scanning the cemetery, but all I could see was the statue, its grin growing wider, almost stretching beyond its carved limitations. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The grin on the statue widened even further. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. It was just a statue, I told myself. Just an old stone figure. But my feet refused to move. I heard it again, only this time, it was louder, more urgent. Thomas, I'm waiting. I turned and ran, my shoes slipping on the wet grass as I stumbled away from the statue. My pulse was pounding in my ears, my legs carrying me faster than I had ever run before. But the sound of footsteps echoed behind me, keeping pace with my frantic steps. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I saw nothing but darkness. I reached the cemetery gates, but as I pushed them open, I realized something. There was no sound. The footsteps had stopped. The air had returned to its usual stillness. I looked back once more, just to be sure. The statue was still there, but now, the grin on its face was even wider, as though it were mocking me. I ran all the way home that night, locking every door, bolting every window. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the lingering effects of an overactive mind. But the next morning, as I was brushing my teeth, I caught my reflection in the mirror. The grin was on my face, wide, uncontrollable, and it wasn't going away. My name is Emma. I've always enjoyed the peaceful solitude of my evening walks, but I never imagined a simple walk through the old cemetery would change my life forever. It started when I decided to explore St. David's Cemetery, an old, abandoned graveyard on the outskirts of town. The place was known for its eerie atmosphere, with crumbling gravestones and a thick mist that seemed to hover over the ground even during daylight. Locals often whispered about the cemetery, claiming it was haunted, but I never put stock in such tales. I went there that evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was cold, and the fog seemed heavier than usual, swallowing everything around me. My boots crunched against the frost-covered ground as I made my way through the rows of gravestones. The place had a certain charm to it, despite its decay, but something felt off. As I passed a particularly old gravestone, I noticed something strange, a figure standing at the edge of the cemetery, just beyond the wrought iron gates. A man, tall and slender, dressed in an old-fashioned black suit. His face was obscured by the shadows, but there was something deeply unsettling about his presence. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring at the cemetery, as if waiting for something or someone. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My first instinct was to leave, but curiosity tugged at me. Who was this man? Why was he standing out here at such an odd hour? I took a step closer, but just as I did, the fog seemed to thicken, and I lost sight of him. The air grew colder, and I heard the faintest whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. Come closer, ... I hesitated, but something compelled me to move forward. As I reached the gates, the man reappeared, this time much closer. He was no longer standing still, but now moving toward me with slow, deliberate steps. His face was pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. You shouldn't be here, he said, in a voice that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to turn and run, but my feet felt like they were glued to the ground. His eyes held me in place, paralyzing me with fear. Leave, he whispered again, this time louder, and the air around me seemed to ripple with a strange energy. Finally, I broke free from his gaze and sprinted back toward the cemetery path, heart racing. But just as I reached the gates, I heard him one last time, closer now, right behind me. Not yet. I stumbled out of the cemetery, my hands trembling. As I looked back, I could have sworn I saw the man standing at the entrance, but his figure was fading, dissolving into the mist. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of the man haunted my every thought, and the voice kept echoing in my mind. The next morning, I decided to return to the cemetery, hoping to find some explanation for the strange encounter. I didn't want to believe what I'd seen, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me there. When I arrived, everything seemed normal at first. The gravestones were still weathered, the fog still lingered, But as I walked deeper into the cemetery, something caught my eye. One of the gravestones had been freshly dug up. The name on it was unfamiliar: William Merrickand. The date of death was recent, but when I looked closer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The grave wasn't empty. There, lying in the dirt, was the same man I had seen the night before. His pale face was staring up at me, lifeless, with his hollow eyes wide open. And as I stood there, frozen with terror, I heard a whisper, soft but unmistakable: "You should have left." My name is Lucas. I took the job as a gravedigger at St. Hollow's Cemetery because I needed the money. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet. Work until I found the unmarked grave. It was late last night, well past midnight, when the incident happened. I was finishing up a burial for a local family, the kind of work that had become routine for me. The cemetery was still, the air cold and damp, and I felt the usual solitude as I dug the final resting place for the deceased. But something was off. As my shovel struck something hard in the ground, I thought it was just a rock or a buried root, but it didn't feel right. It was too smooth, too solid. I scraped away the dirt, my curiosity getting the better of me. There, buried beneath the fresh grave, was an old, wooden coffin. There was no headstone, no markings, nothing to indicate it was even supposed to be there. I leaned in closer, examining the box. The wood was rotted in places, dark and cracked, like it had been buried for decades, maybe longer. I pushed my shovel into the earth around it to make space, my heart starting to race as the unease settled in my gut. What was this doing here? Then, I heard it. A soft, steady tapping. At first I thought it was an animal, a rodent or something, but the tapping grew louder, more rhythmic. And then, to my horror, the tapping turned into a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging against the wood from inside the coffin. My pulse quickened. I backed away, stumbling as panic surged through me. This wasn't possible. No one had been buried here in years. There were no records of any unmarked graves. But the noise, oh God, the noise was real. The scratching turned frantic. The lid of the coffin creaked as something pushed against it, as if something or someone was trying to escape. And then, it spoke, a dry, rasping whisper that slid through the air like a cold wind. "Lucas." My blood ran cold. I froze, unable to move, as that voice echoed in the dead silence of the cemetery. I don't know how I managed to move, but suddenly I was running. I bolted back to the entrance, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My legs felt like lead, my breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps as I neared the gate. The wind howled behind me, as if urging me to leave, as if the cemetery itself wanted me gone. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, and drove as fast as I could, not stopping until I was safely locked inside my apartment. I thought I'd left it all behind. The whispers, the scratching, the grave that wasn't supposed to exist. But when I woke up this morning, the nightmare hadn't ended. There was dirt on my bedroom floor. Fresh, wet dirt, as if something had been dragged across it. I went to the closet, my heart in my throat hand, found the door slightly ajar. Inside, there was nothing but darkness, but I could hear it, a soft tapping, just beneath the floorboards. My name is Nathan. I never believed in ghosts, curses, or any of that supernatural crap. But after last night, I can't explain what I saw. And worse, I don't think I made it out alone. I work at Greenhaven Cemetery as a groundskeeper. A simple job. Keep the grass trimmed, clear out dead flowers, and make sure the graves stay undisturbed. But yesterday, something was wrong. One of the graves was open, not like it had been dug up. The dirt wasn't piled on the sides, and there was no sign of a shovel. It looked like something had climbed out. I checked the name on the headstone. Margaret Holloway. Died 1923. The wooden coffin inside was splintered open, as if something had burst out from within. My stomach twisted. Graves don't just open on their own. I called my supervisor, but my phone had no signal. Typical. Figuring I'd just reported in the morning, I turned to leave. Then, I heard breathing slow, ragged, and impossibly close. I swung my flashlight around. The graveyard was empty, but the sound didn't stop. It was coming from the open grave. I stepped closer, heart hammering. Hello. The breathing quickened. Then something moved in the darkness below. A pale hand shot up, fingers gnarled and thin, dirt falling from its nails. I stumbled back as another hand emerged, gripping the edges of the grave. And then, she pulled herself up. Her skin was gray, stretched tight over sharp bones. Her empty eye sockets locked onto me as her cracked lips parted. Nathan, she whispered. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my car, peeling out of the cemetery without looking back. But now, sitting in my apartment, I can still hear it. The slow, ragged breathing, and when I look in the mirror, there's dirt on my hands. My name is Daniel. I've been a security guard at Blackridge Cemetery for 3 years. It's a quiet job, mostly just chasing off vandals or drunks who think it's funny to hang out among the dead. But last night was different. It started with a whisper. I was making my usual rounds when I heard it soft, distant, like the wind carrying a secret. I stopped, turning my flashlight toward the graves. Nothing but rows of weathered tombstones, their names barely legible. Then, I heard it again. Daniel. I froze. It was coming from the graves. The whispering grew, overlapping voices murmuring just beneath the surface. I stepped closer, heart hammering. The names on the tombstones seemed to shift, the letters twisting, rearranging. They spelled my name. I staggered back, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't possible. My flashlight flickered, and for a split second, I saw movement, dark figures standing behind the tombstones, watching me. Then, the ground trembled. A low groan echoed from beneath my feet. The soil cracked. Fingers thin and skeletal pushed through the dirt. The voices turned into wails. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the cemetery gates. When I turned back, the whispering had stopped. The graves were still. The names were back to normal. But I know what I saw, and when I got home, I found something on my kitchen table. A weathered tombstone fragment, with my name carved into it. My name is Adam. I work the night shift at Ravenwood Cemetery, a place so old that half the tombstones are unreadable. It's just me, my flashlight, and miles of dead silence. Or at least, it should have been. Last night, I saw him again. It started 2 weeks ago. While making my rounds, I noticed a figure standing beneath the large oak tree near the center of the cemetery. Tall, thin, dressed in a black suit. He didn't move, didn't even shift his weight, just stood there, watching me. I called out, thinking it was some lost mourner. No response. As I stepped closer, the air grew thick, heavy, like I was moving through water. My flashlight flickered. Then he was gone. No footsteps, no sign of movement, just vanished. Since then, I've seen him every night, always at the edge of my vision. Sometimes behind a gravestone, sometimes by the fence. Always. Watching last night, I decided to confront him. I walked straight toward him, gripping my flashlight tight. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Why do you keep following me?" He didn't answer, didn't move, but as I got closer, I saw his face, or rather, the lack of one. There were no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin stretched over his skull. Then, he tilted his head, and suddenly, I couldn't breathe. It felt like something invisible wrapped around my throat, tightening, crushing. My vision blurred, my knees buckled. I thought I was going to die then. As quickly as it started, it stopped. I gasped for air, stumbling backward. My flashlight flickered again, and when it came back on, he was gone. I ran. When I got home, I locked every door, every window, but as I turned off the lights and climbed into bed, I noticed something in the corner of my room. A shadow, tall, thin dot, watching. My name is Lucas. I've always been a skeptic. Ghost stories, urban legends, all just nonsense people use to scare themselves. But after what happened last night, I can't explain it. I can't even begin to understand it. It started with a dare. My friends and I were drinking at Evan's place, when the conversation turned to the old Blackwood cemetery on the edge of town. People said it was haunted, that something in there didn't like visitors. Evan, being the idiot he was, bet me $50 I wouldn't spend an hour alone inside. I laughed. That's it. Easiest $50 I'll ever make. Midnight. Flashlight in hand, I walked through the rusted gates. The air was thick, damp, and carried the scent of wet earth. My footsteps crunched against the gravel path as I moved deeper into the graveyard. The headstones, worn and cracked, jutted out of the ground like broken teeth. Then, I saw it, an unmarked grave. The dirt was disturbed, fresh, as if someone had just been buried or worse. As if something had crawled out. I felt it before I heard it. A chill, unnatural and sharp, crawled down my spine. Then, the whisper. Lucas. The voice was distant but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat. I spun around, flashlight shaking in my grip. No one. Just rows of silent graves. Then, the whisper came again closer. Lucas. My heart pounded. Who's there? My voice was steady, but my legs were locked in place. Silence. Then the ground beneath me shifted. I stumbled back as a hand thin, pale, and covered in dirt shot out of the unmarked grave. The thing that crawled out wasn't human. Its body was twisted, bones protruding beneath rotting skin. Its eyes were hollow sockets, and yet, I knew it was looking at me. I ran. I don't remember leaving the cemetery. I don't remember how I got home. But when I woke up this morning, my shoes were still covered in dirt, and outside my window, on the ground beneath it, were fresh, muddy footprints. My name is Ethan. I took the job at Hollow Pine Cemetery because it was easy money. Dig a few graves, keep the grounds clean, and lock up at night. Simple, right? That's what I thought until I met Henry. Henry wasn't on the payroll. He wasn't even supposed to be there. He was just always around. An old man in a filthy coat, wandering between the graves. He never spoke, just nodded at me as he dragged his rusted shovel behind him. One night, as I was finishing up, I saw him standing by a grave that hadn't been there the day before. The dirt was fresh, uneven. You working overtime? I joked, trying to mask my unease. Henry turned to me, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Ain't my work, he muttered. His voice was dry, cracked, like he hadn't used it in years. I frowned. Then whose is it? He glanced around, then took a step closer. Something down there don't want to stay buried. A cold shiver ran through me. What? Henry tapped the mound of dirt with his shovel. Been digging itself out every night? I laughed nervously. You're messing with me. Henry didn't smile. You lock up yet? No, not yet. He handed me a handful of iron nails. Put these on the gate, keep it in. I was about to ask what he meant when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from beneath the fresh dirt. Then, the ground moved. Something was pushing up from below. The soil trembled as bony fingers broke through the surface, stretching toward the sky. I stumbled back, heart pounding. What the hell? Henry swung his shovel, slamming it down onto the hand. A horrible screech echoed through the night, and the hand recoiled, disappearing back into the earth. Go, Henry growled. Now, I didn't argue. I ran. I quit the next morning, but last night, As I was trying to sleep, I heard it again scratching right outside my window, and when I looked outside, there were fresh, muddy handprints on the glass. My name is Daniel. I never believed in ghosts or curses, at least. Not until I took the graveyard shift at St. Morrison's Cemetery. The job was simple: make rounds, keep out trespassers, and report anything unusual. The pay was decent, and honestly, I liked the solitude. But after a few nights, I realized that solitude was the last thing I'd have in this place. It started with whispers. At first I thought it was the wind, but the way the voices slithered between the tombstones, hushed yet urgent, made my skin crawl. They never spoke loud enough to understand, just enough to remind me I wasn't alone. Then, the footsteps came. Soft, slow, deliberate. I would turn, flashlight cutting through the darkness, only to find nothing. I convinced myself it was paranoid. I saw the woman. She stood near an old mausoleum, her back to me. She was dressed in a tattered black gown, her long, stringy hair swaying in the breeze. I hesitated. "Ma'am, the cemetery is closed." She didn't move. I took a step closer, heart hammering. "Ma'am, you." She turned. Her face was wrong. Her eyes were hollow pits. Her mouth stretched too wide, revealing teeth far too sharp. And then, she screamed. The sound was a twisted, agonized wail, like a chorus of suffering souls crammed into one horrific voice. Every muscle in my body locked up. The air around me turned thick and heavy, pressing against my chest. Then, she rushed me. I ran. I don't remember how I got to my car, how I managed to start it with my shaking hands. But as I sped out of the cemetery, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. She was standing at the gate, her mouth still open, her scream still ringing in my ears. I quit that night, but the thing is, every night since, I still hear her whispering my name. My name is Emma, and I found something in the attic that should have never been there. It all started with a rainy afternoon. I was home alone, rummaging through the house while my parents were out. The storm had knocked out the power, so I decided to explore the attic for anything that could entertain me. The attic door was old and creaked loudly when I opened it. Dust fell from the ceiling, and a faint, musty smell filled the air. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way up the wooden ladder, my heart pounding in anticipation. I wasn't expecting to find anything unusual, just old boxers and forgotten belongings. As I searched through the clutter, I stumbled upon a dusty cardboard box, hidden away in the corner behind some old furniture. Curious, I opened it. Inside was a doll. At first, it seemed like any other old doll: wooden eyes, fraying dress, and a cracked porcelain face, but something about it made my skin crawl. The doll's eyes were fixed on me, unnervingly still, like they were watching my every move. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the eerie setting of the attic messing with my mind. But as I examined the doll closer, I noticed something disturbing. A small name tag was sewn into the back of its dress, something I hadn't seen before. The name read Lily. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wasn't sure why, but the name seemed familiar. I left the attic with the doll in my arms, planning to show it to my parents when they came home. But that night, strange things started happening. I placed the doll on a shelf in my room, but when I woke up the next morning, it was sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at me. Its eyes were open wide, and its mouth was twisted into a subtle grin. I assumed I must have moved it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't. Over the next few days, things escalated. The doll would be in different places when I woke up, always closer to me. Sometimes it would be sitting on my desk, other times on the floor, but never in the spot I had left it. Then, one night, I woke up to hear soft whispers in the room. I tried to ignore them, but they grew louder. "Lily, come play." The voice was soft and childlike, coming from the direction of the doll. Terrified, I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the doll. It was gone. I searched the room, frantically, my breath coming in short gasps. I checked under the bed, behind the curtains, everywhere. But the doll was nowhere to be found. That's when I heard the footsteps, tiny, slow steps, coming from the hallway outside my room. My heart raced as I held the flashlight tightly, the beam shaking as I pointed it toward the door. And then, through the crack of the door, I saw it. The doll was standing in the doorway, staring at me. It whispered again, louder this time, "Lily, it's time to play." I bolted out of bed and ran down the stairs, the doll's footsteps echoing behind me. I could hear it following me, but when I looked back, it was always just out of reach, never too far away. I don't know how long I ran through the house, but I eventually locked myself in the basement. The whispers stopped, but I still hear them, sometimes faint, echoing in the darkness. I haven't been able to get rid of the doll. I don't think I ever will, because every time I try, it always finds its way back. My name is Laura, and the shadows in my attic whisper my name every night. It started with the smell, a damp, earthy stench that crept down the stairs every evening. I thought it was just old wood or maybe mold, but the longer I stayed in the house, the stronger it became. The smell lingered in the air, thick and heavy, like something forgotten. But then came the noises, faint at first, like someone shuffling in the attic. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the house settling. After all, it was an old house. But one night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I sat up in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. That's when I heard it. A soft whisper, barely audible, but clear enough for me to make out the words, "Laura." I froze. My heart raced. The voice came from the attic, clear as day. My blood ran cold. I got out of bed, heart hammering in my chest, and grabbed the flashlight. The attic was directly above my room, and I'd never dared to go up there since moving in. But the whispers, they called to me. I pulled the ladder down, the old wood creaking under my weight. As I climbed, the air grew colder, thicker. The smell of decay was stronger up here. The attic was cramped, filled with forgotten boxes and dusty furniture. I scanned the room, the beam of my flashlight trembling as I moved it across the cluttered space. Nothing. But then I saw it. A shadow. A figure, crouched in the corner, barely visible in the dim light. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped closer, my legs shaking, and that's when I saw it. The figure wasn't moving. It was just there. And then, slowly, it shifted, turning its head toward me, and then it whispered again, "Laura." I backed away, but the shadow didn't follow. It stayed there, watching me, its eyes never leaving mine. I ran down the ladder, bolting the door behind me. But that night, I heard it again. The whisper, soft and slow, coming from the attic. "Laura, come back. The shadows are always there now, watching, waiting, and they won't let me forget." My name is Mark, and last night, I saw something staring at me from my attic vent. It started small, at first, just a light scuttling sound, almost like the scratch of mice running across the floorboards. I figured it was nothing. Old houses have their quirks, and I'd seen enough horror movies to know better than to panic. But as the days went by, the noises changed. They grew louder, thumps, like something or someone was moving in the attic. Not in the usual way that a house settles, but deliberate, almost methodical. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. After all, the house was old, and the attic had to be full of critters. But the longer I stayed here, the more uneasy I felt. Then the breathing started. It wasn't a sound I could ignore. Soft at first, just a low, rasping breath that seemed to filter down through the vent in my ceiling. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it came at odd hours, always at night, always when everything else was silent. Each time, I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, hoping it was just my imagination. But the whispers came next. Faint at first, just a barely audible hum, like someone speaking in a language I couldn't understand. It wasn't like anything I had ever heard before, though. The voice wasn't human. There was a depth to it, a gravelly rasp that sent shivers down my spine. Sometimes it would be almost mocking, other times full of a low, mournful sorrow. I couldn't place the sound. It was coming from the attic, or behind the walls. I couldn't tell. Last night, I woke up in the middle of the night, my skin crawling, my heart thudding in my chest. I didn't know why, but I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. My eyes shot open, and my gaze immediately snapped to the ceiling vent above my bed. I froze. There, staring down at me, were two dark, lidless eyes, black as coal, without a trace of light. They were unmoving at first, but the longer I stared, the more the eyes seemed to focus on me, almost as if they were aware of my gaze. I couldn't look away. A cold sweat broke out across my back. The eyes blinked once, then slowly, ever so slowly, a faint smile began to stretch across the darkness. Beneath them, it wasn't a smile that I'd ever seen before. It was too wide, too unnatural. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. My body felt paralyzed, trapped under the weight of those eyes. They were the kind of eyes that seemed to burn into your soul, watching you, not out of curiosity, but out of something darker, something hunger-filled. I don't remember falling asleep. The terror was too much. The next thing I knew, the morning light was creeping through my blinds. I was still in bed, but the sense of unease hadn't left. I told myself it was a nightmare, some trick of my mind playing on me in the dark. But then I got up and looked at the vent. It was slightly ajar. The screws normally tight were loose, as though something had been trying to get out. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to. But now, every night, when I lie in bed, I can't help but wonder, is it still up there, watching me? And when will it decide to come down? My name is Daniel, and something is living in my attic. I first heard it a few weeks after moving into my new house. At night, when everything was silent, I'd hear a faint scratching above my ceiling. Just the occasional skittering noise, nothing alarming. Probably rats, I told myself. But then the scratching turned into thumping, heavy, deliberate thumps, too heavy for rats, too slow for any animal I could think of. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard it move, a dragging sound across the attic floor. My stomach tightened. It wasn't fast. It wasn't erratic. It was slow, purposeful, like something crawling. I told myself I was imagining things. Sleep deprivation. Stress. It had to be something rational, until I saw the attic door open by itself. I was in the hallway, passing by, when the ceiling hatch suddenly creaked downward, the folding ladder sliding open, as if something had pushed it down from above. I froze, staring up into the darkness. A single breath echoed from the attic. Long, deep, not mine. I ran, that night. I locked the attic door and shoved a chair under it. But it didn't help, because now, the noises weren't just coming from above me. They were coming from inside my walls, scraping, tapping, breathing. Last night, I woke up to the sound of something slowly dragging its nails along the ceiling, right above my bed, and, when I opened my eyes, I saw them. Two blackened hands gripping the attic door. The latch is locked, but for how long? My name is Ethan, and I found a door in my attic that shouldn't be there. I've lived in this house for years. It's old, creaky, and honestly, a little too big for just me. The attic was nothing special, just a storage space with a few forgotten boxes and cobwebs. I'd only been up there a handful of times, until last night. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard something. Not the usual creaks of the house settling. This was different. A click, like a door unlocking. I sat up, heart hammering. The sound had come from the attic. I didn't want to go up there. Every instinct told me to stay in bed, pretend I hadn't heard anything. But my curiosity or stupidity won. I grabbed a flashlight, pulled the attic ladder down, and climbed up. The air was thick and stale, filled with the scent of dust and something faintly rotten. I swept the flashlight around. Everything looked normal, except for the door. A door that wasn't there before. It was old, wooden, and covered in deep scratch marks. My breath caught in my throat. I had been in this attic before. There had never been a door. I should have left. I should have gone back downstairs, locked the attic, and pretended I never saw it. But I didn't. I reached out and turned the handle. It was ice cold. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a narrow hallway. The walls were lined with faded, peeling wallpaper, and the floor was covered in dust. Except for one thing, footprints leading deeper inside. I swallowed hard and took a step forward. The air was wrong in here, heavier, pressing against my skin like unseen hands. I walked slowly, my flashlight flickering. Then, I heard it. A whisper at it was faint, coming from the darkness ahead. My body froze, my breath catching in my throat. The whisper turned into a soft, wet laugh. I turned and ran. I barely made it through the door before it slammed shut behind me. The attic was silent again. The door was gone, but now, at night, I hear it. A click, like a door unlocking, and the soft sound of footsteps coming closer. My name is Henry, and something in my attic is watching me. I moved into this house a month ago. It was a cheap rental, a little rundown, but nothing I couldn't handle. The attic wasn't even something I thought about, just a dusty space above me that I had no reason to enter until the noises started. At first, it was just faint creaks at night. Houses settle, wood shifts, nothing unusual. But then the tapping began. Light, rhythmic taps, like fingernails against wood. I tried to ignore it. Then one night, while lying in bed, I heard something worse, shuffling, not the sharp skittering of a rat or the flutter of trapped birds. This was slow, deliberate, like something was crawling right above me. I shot up, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. The noise stopped instantly. The air in my room felt heavier, charged, like someone was standing beside my bed, watching. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I decided to check the attic. I pulled the cord, and the ladder creaked as it unfolded. A wave of stale air rushed down. I hesitated, but curiosity won. The attic was almost empty, just dust, old insulation, and a few forgotten boxes. But in the farthest corner, something was off. The dust wasn't settled there. The wood looked disturbed, like something had been dragging itself across the floor. I took a step closer. My flashlight flickered, and then I saw it. A shape, huddled in the darkest part of the attic. At first, I thought it was a pile of old cloth, but then it moved. Something long and thin shifted beneath the shadows. My flashlight's beam barely caught its outline, a twisted, elongated body, its limbs bent the wrong way. Then, it turned toward me. I didn't see a face, just a deep, hollow blackness where its eyes should have been. And then it crawled toward me. I fell backward, my flashlight clattering to the floor. I scrambled down the ladder, slamming the attic door shut. My hands trembled as I locked it, backing away like a child, afraid of the dark. Now, at night, I hear it again. Not just the shuffling, not just the tapping, breathing right above my bed. My name is Oliver, and something is living in my attic. When I first moved into this old house, I didn't think much of the attic. It was just another dusty, forgotten space where the previous owner had left a few broken pieces of furniture and yellowed newspapers. I only went up there once to check if the roof was leaking. It wasn't, but I did notice something odd. The air was different, thicker, harder to breathe, and it smelled wrong, like damp wood and something faintly metallic. I didn't think about it again until the noises started. At night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I'd hear them. Whispers. They were soft at first, barely more than a breath, like someone was murmuring just behind the attic door, the kind of sound that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I told myself it was the wind, the pipes, my imagination, anything but what it really sounded like. But then the whispers turned into voices. They weren't loud, but they were clear. I couldn't make out the words, but they weren't random. They had a rhythm, a pattern, like a conversation spoken just low enough that I couldn't understand. One night, I finally gathered the courage to check. I grabbed a flashlight, pulled down the attic ladder, and slowly climbed up. The air was thick, pressing against my skin like unseen hands. My flashlight flickered as I swept the beam across the attic. Empty. Then why did it feel like someone was watching me? I turned to leave, but just as I reached the ladder, I heard it, a whisper, right in my ear. I spun around, my breath caught in my throat. The attic was still empty, but the dust on the floor had changed. Footprints, not mine. They circled the attic, stopping just behind where I had been standing. Like something had been there, right behind me, whispering into my ear. I ran. I locked the attic door that night, but it didn't help. Because now, the whispers aren't just coming from above, they're coming from the walls. My name is Liam, and for most of my life, I never paid much attention to the attic in my childhood home. It was just an old, dusty space where forgotten things were stored. But after my parents passed away and I inherited the house, the attic became something else, something I couldn't ignore. It started with the noises at night. When the house was silent, I would hear faint scratching sounds coming from above. At first, I assumed it was mice, or maybe a raccoon that had somehow found its way inside. But the noises were too rhythmic, too deliberate, like something was pacing back and forth. Then came the knocking. Soft at first, just a single tap, as if something was testing to see if I would react. But over time, the knocking became more persistent, always in threes. Tap, 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 right above my bedroom. One night, I finally worked up the courage to check. Armed with a flashlight and a crowbar, I climbed the creaky pull-down ladder and pushed open the attic door. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the scent of old wood. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing stacks of old furniture, moth-eaten clothes, and boxers filled with things my parents had stored away. I took a step inside, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. Then, I saw it in the far corner of the attic, half buried under an old sheet, was a wooden rocking chair. It was slowly rocking. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. There was no breeze, no open windows, nothing that should have made it move. Yet it swayed gently, back and forth, as if someone was sitting in it. That's when the whispering started. It was faint, almost like a breath against my ear. I spun around, my flashlight shaking in my grip, but I was alone. The whispering continued, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then, something cold brushed against my arm. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back in my bedroom. The attic door slammed shut behind me. My heart pounded as I pressed my back against the wall, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. But then, from the attic, I heard it tap, 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 tap. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I decided to check the attic again, but this time, in daylight. I climbed up the ladder, my hands trembling as I pushed open the door. The rocking chair was still there, motionless now. But something was different. On the dusty wooden floor, where my footprints from the night before should have been, there were more footprints. And they weren't mine. Small, bare footprints, leading from the rocking chair to the attic door. I don't go up there anymore, but every night I hear it tap, 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 tap. My name is Ethan, and I never knew our house had a second attic. I grew up in a century-old house, the kind with creaky floors, hidden closets, and way too much history. The attic was nothing special, just a dusty storage space filled with forgotten junk, or at least, that's what I thought. Last winter, while replacing an old light bulb in the attic, I noticed something strange. The wooden planks on the ceiling didn't match. One section was slightly darker, with faint seams outlining a square shape a hatch. A second attic. I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed a ladder and pushed against the panel. It was heavy, but after a few shoves, it slid open with a deep groan. A rush of cold, stale air poured down, carrying a smell that made my stomach turn something between mildew and rot. I pointed my flashlight inside. The space was much smaller than the main attic, barely tall enough to stand in. The walls were lined with yellowed newspapers, their headlines from decades ago. A single wooden chair sat in the center of the room, facing the hatch, and on the floor, scratch marks, dozens of them. Long, deep gouges in the wooden planks, as if someone had been dragged across the floor. Some led to the chair, others to the walls. A chill ran through me. I was about to climb down when I saw something else in the far corner of the attic. Nestled among the shadows was a small wooden box. I don't know why, but I had the overwhelming urge to open it. Inside were old photographs, black and white images of people standing in front of my house. Their faces were blurred, smudged out as if erased. I flipped through them, my breath catching when I saw the last one. It was a picture of me, same house, same angle, but it was wrong. Because in the photo, I was standing in the attic, staring directly at the camera, and behind me, just over my shoulder, was a figure. Tall, shadowy, featureless. A creak sounded from behind me. I turned, my flashlight flickering, and for a split second, I saw movement, something shifting in the darkness. I didn't scream. I didn't stop to grab the box. I just climbed down as fast as I could and slammed the hatch shut. I nailed it closed, then dragged a bookshelf in front of it for good measure. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard something above me, a slow, deliberate scratching, right where the hatch was. My name is Daniel, and I made a terrible mistake. Opened the attic door. The house had been in my family for generations, but no one ever talked about the attic. It was always locked, the key hidden away by my grandfather, then my father. They never explained why. Just leave it alone, they would say. And for most of my life, I did. Until last week, I was cleaning out the house after my father passed away, and in the back of his desk drawer, I found the key. It was old, rusted, and strangely cold to the touch. The moment I picked it up, the house felt different. The air grew heavy, like a storm was about to break. I hesitated only for a moment before heading upstairs. The attic door groaned as I turned the key. It smelled of dust and something else, something foul, like decaying wood. I pulled the chain of the single bare light bulb and stepped inside. The room was empty. No boxes, no furniture, just dust and darkness. The only thing inside was a large, rectangular object covered by a tattered sheet. It stood against the far wall, taller than me. I pulled the sheet off. It was a mirror, old and warped, its glass covered in a film of dust. But as I wiped it clean, I felt something cold slither through my veins. The reflection wasn't right. I saw myself, but I wasn't alone. There was something behind me, a shape, too tall, too thin, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. I spun around, heart pounding, but the attic was empty. I looked back at the mirror. The figure was closer. I backed away, but my reflection didn't move. It stood frozen, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. Then it smiled. Not MIT. A wide, unnatural grin stretched across its face as its hand slowly reached forward toward the glass. The light bulb flickered and burst. I ran, I don't remember how I got downstairs, but I locked the attic door and threw the key into the fireplace. The house was silent for the rest of the night, but now, every time I pass by the attic, I hear it, a faint tapping, coming from inside the mirror.